Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, depending on where you are on planet Earth. But we're not going to be on Earth today, because we're going out to the stars. Like always. Oh. Hey! Jess, thank you so much for the resub. 2 months already, nice. That's awesome. And I am doing great, how are you? Right, one I need to double check. So, start. I'll explain it while I'm starting the game. So, you probably noticed I have a little command called choice. And basically, I set up some new alerts. If they're actually working, let's just see if they work. So, like, whenever you want me to make a Paragon good choice, let's see if it works.
You failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Maybe they're a tiny bit loud. So you want me to be a good guy, or you want me to go bad guy?
You don't know the power of the dark side.
I turned them down a tiny bit, they're louder than I thought. Where is that? Is sound alerts there? I'm super hot. Hey, crazy! Right, sounds. I'm going to lower that down to maybe halfway. If it's too quiet, we can fix it later. Maybe 60%. I'll do. The whole point of this playthrough is that I've played Mass Effect so many times over the years. So now we have the lovely Legendary Edition. I thought it'd be fun to make everyone else make the choices. Basically, if you see a moment or a conversation you want to think, be a good guy or an asshole, either basically just, I really loved my end though. I was a tournament of it. Different, yeah, it's different universe, but you know, they also made the KOTOR games, BioWare, so you know.
Welcome to Alliance Military Database. Classified information requested.
But you can use either channel points or bits.
Establishing secure connection.
I've triggered my
secure connection
reactions of my cat character for change, so I can actually go. Right. Or Angie. They're a bit derpy because it's trying to read my actual face. Yeah, I played Sword Art Dream before, but no, that was a while ago. We got John Shepard, Jane Shepard, but we're gonna make AJ Shepard. Custom
Please
dude.
log in to access your profile.
It is AJ. AJ Shepard.
Warning,
also, like, I'll do polls throughout the playthrough as well, so like we can if there's like a multiple choice thing.
Confirm pre-service history.
Let's see. Oh, actually, here's a first choice. Spacer, colonist, earthborn. Normally I go spacer. That's basically depending on did I grow up. Actually, no, I'll make a wee poll now, actually. Let's test out polls. Boom. Create new poll. Question. And I'll explain them all in a second. Yeah. Spacer, colonist, or earthborn. Duration. We'll make it 5 minutes maximum. 5 is too already too long. Okay, we got 3 minutes per poll. Anyway, I'll quickly explain. Still, you gonna play SWTOR? Yeah, sometimes you do play some SWTOR. So, Spacer. Both your parents were in the Alliance military. Childhood was spent on ship stations. Basically, you followed in your parents' footsteps. Colonist. Born and raised on one of the colonies. Unfortunately, everyone was slaughtered during a slaver attack. And then you sign up with the military. Or Earthborn. Born on Earth, another orphan. Maybe you were petty criminal as a kid. And then, of course, when you turned 18, you joined the military. So, Spacer, someone who grew up on starships, had an actual decent childhood. Someone who had a decent childhood, and then maybe it went horribly wrong. And then someone who's just lived on the streets on Earth. What do you think? Got the little poll just there. I can see one for Spacer and one for Earthborn. Maybe I made that vote poll too long. I made it 3 minutes. So Spacer or Earthborn so far. Someone could break the tie. Could be me. No one else want to vote? Spacer's usually what I go for. Yeah, it's like I've got a choice between two. Spacer's what I always did my first one. Earthborn. Honestly, I'd probably go Spacer. Alright then. And I have final say. No one wants to be the colonist. Like, yeah, filthy colonist. Good old Spacer. Alright then. I'll just end the poll. And we'll be Spacer.
Confirm psychological profile.
Oh no, of course, it's still the other things to go through. So, new poll. So we have Soul Survivor, War Hero, or Ruthless. And I'll make that poll just last 2 minutes, will be long enough. So, Soul Survivor. During your service missions, went on horribly wrong, trapped in an extreme survival situation. You had to overcome physical torments and psychological stresses that would have broken most people. You survived while all those around you fell. And now you're alone or left to telltale. A war hero. Overwhelming enemy force, you risk your own life to save your fellow soldiers and defeat the enemy despite the impossible odds. Your bravery and heroism have earned you medals and recognition. Or ruthless. Throughout your military career, you have held fast to one basic rule: get the job done. You've been called cold, calculating, brutal. Your reputation for ruthless efficiency makes your fellow soldiers wary of you. But when failure is not an option, the military always goes to you first. What do you think? Soul Survivor. A war hero. So like basically, someone who's seen shit and lived through it, ever lost time around them. Decorated war hero. Or an asshole, basically. But he gets the job done. Can't vote? Really? Why is it not working? I can see one vote for war hero. Well, Jess, what do you vote for then? If it won't let you work, if it's not working. War hero as well? Okay. That appears to be like 2 for war hero. Plus me, so yeah, war hero it is.
Confirm military specialization.
The class that I'm choosing because I have a preference. It's like, good with guns, good with tech, good with biotics. Infiltrator, I quite like Infiltrator because I like the mixture of tech and weapons. Sentinels, combination of tech and biotics. Vanguard's weapons and stuffs. Biotics. Sentinel. Combine biotic and tech abilities. Typically, they use biotic abilities and advanced healing skills to defend allies, though destroy opponents with biotic or tech attacks. They are more efficient at tech and biotic. Honestly, Infiltrator is probably one of my favorites. Combine combat and tech abilities to specialize in killing or disabling enemies at long range. Because I like shooting people at long range. So, I'm probably going to Infiltrator.
Confirm facial identification.
I don't want default Shepherd. Let's see. Cycle presets. Not too bad looking. Close that. It looks so good, while also still looking a little bit dated. Well, that's not a bad base. Maybe that one actually. Facial structure, skin tone. Oh wait, okay, dark's the left. Light's the other side. Was that a red tone? That looked kind of slightly weird. Oh, it's kind of brownish. Ghostly white. Okay, not that bad. That's kind of pale. Complexion. Remember, this will be a character we carry through 3 games. We want to get it right. Like all gruff. Basically, it's like fairly clean, a little bit gruff. He's old. Make me young-ish. And no. Eyes. Color. The eyes actually seem... Oh, for the complexion, yeah. I mean, I could pretty much make him super white almost. The skin tone is like... Yeah, I'll make him look kind of like me. I'm like trying to... I'm looking at my other screen so I can see my avatar at the same time. I would say maybe the jaw is a bit too defined. Yeah, flatten the jaw a bit. It was pointing out too much for my tastes. I have a little bit more of a rounded face, actually. Kind of. I think it's fairly accurate. I feel like gathering my essence. A bit more scruffy. Eyes. I'm kind of okay with the eyes as is, actually. His eyes look a bit more tired. Luckily, I have a mirror on my desk. I have special eyes! See, those eyes are a little bit larger. Actually, yeah, those ones. Those will do. Wait, iris color. It's gray, it's green, it's so green. I mean, that's kind of the pale green going to blue a bit. Yeah, go that. Let's see. Hair. There we go. Of course, the male hairstyles are probably less than they were in Andromeda. All be military cuts. Now, why would it hide? There's no long hairstyles for guys. Disappoint. And that's like the messiest hairstyle almost. What is it? Hair color. I probably won't have the bright red I had in Andromeda because I don't think they had it back then. Oh no, we do have red. Okay. Okay, what hairstyle works best? Let's see. Probably that one. Yeah, it's going to have to be the messy mop looking hair. Facial hair color. It should probably be actually that. Yeah, because it's very like light stubble. Yeah, we're gonna give him the gruff stubble. He's messy. Scars. He's got that one on the lip right now. Ooh, badass scar on the eye. I don't know how I got these scars. I don't know either. I can see that scar. Scar above the eyebrow. Don't want to go overboard in the scars. There's like a little cut on the cheek, nice and subtle. Rethinking the eyes a bit. Eyes. Can seem too green. They're more bluish than green. Okay, they're a mixture between the two. You know what? I think I like it this way. I'll do it with my new Commander Shepard. I covered scars never had any. Fair.
Profile reconstruction complete.
AJ Shepard, spacer, war hero, and infiltrator. Basically what I would normally do, at least my very first playthrough.
Identification confirmed.
Combat difficulty, normal. level scaling legendary mode because they took out some of the content. Well, didn't take it out. They just the DLC for Mass Effect 1 is broken. The original version of it, so they couldn't remaster it, which is a shame. Subtitles on. Oh, let's use AI. Use all their abilities. Yeah. Auto level up is off. Here we go. Oh, you can actually see his reflection in the window this time.
He's a spacer, lived aboard starships most of his life.
Military service runs in the family. Both his parents were in the Navy.
He proved himself during the Blitz. Held off enemy forces on the ground until reinforcements arrived.
He's the only reason Elysium is still standing.
We can't question his courage.
Humanity needs a hero. And Shepard's the best we've got.
Damn right.
I'll make the call.
The year 2148, explorers on Mars discovered the remains of an ancient spacefaring civilization. In the decades that followed, these mysterious artifacts revealed startling new technologies, enabling travel to the furthest stars. The basis of this incredible technology was a force known that controlled the very fabric of space and time. They called this greatest discovery in human history. The civilization of the galaxy call it Mass Effect. Tried to read that fast. Jupiter!
The Arcturus Prime relay is in range. Initiating transmission sequence.
Nostalgia.
We are connected. Calculating transit mass and destination. The relay is hot. Acquiring approach vector. All stations secure for transit.
So excited. I'm Commander Shepard.
Board is green. Approach
I
relay
look
is
like I'm pissed. The Mass Effect really looks great.
Hitting the relay in 3, 2, 1.
Boom! That thing's like a giant railgun that
Thrusters?
propels ships.
Check.
Kind of.
Navigation? Check. Internal emissions sync engaged. All systems online.
Oh yeah.
Drift? Just under 1500K.
1500 is good. Your captain will be pleased.
Nihilus.
I hate that guy.
Nihilus gave you a compliment, so you hate him.
You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom? That's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead. So that's
Turn the
incredible.
volume up a tiny bit.
Besides, Spectres are trouble. I don't like having them on board. Call me paranoid.
You're paranoid. The Council helped fund this project. They have a right to send someone to keep an eye on their investment.
There we go.
Yeah, that is the official story. But only an idiot believes the official story.
They don't send Spectres on shakedown runs.
So there's more going on here than the captain's letting on.
Joker, status report.
Just cleared the mass relay, Captain.
Ah, nice.
Stealth systems engaged. Everything looks solid.
Yeah, I avoided doing
Find
anything
the
to this
convoy and
yesterday because I was
register
planning to play it today.
I want mission reports relayed back to Alliance brass before we reach Eden Prime.
So I was
Aye, aye,
avoiding all streams and
Better
everything
brace
to do with
yourself,
it.
sir. I think Nihilus is
Wanted to
headed your
come
way.
He's
jump
already
straight in
engaged.
for nostalgia.
Tell Commander Shepard to meet me in the comm room for a debriefing.
You get that, Commander?
Made him mad.
Great. You pissed the captain off, and now I'm going to pay for it.
Don't blame me. The captain's always in a bad mood.
Only when he's talking to you, Joker.
Only when he's talking to you, Joker. Oh, this is not inverted. Ah. Controls. Invert Y-axis, thank you. There we go. So pretty. Love it.
probably don't want to keep the captain waiting, Commander.
The Normandy.
I just saw him. He marched by like he was on a mission.
He's a Spectre. They're always on a mission.
And we're getting dragged right along with him.
Relax, Presley. You're gonna give yourself an ulcer.
Presley.
Congratulations, Commander. Looks like we had a smooth run. You heading down to see the captain?
Heard you arguing.
Sounds like you don't trust our Turian guest.
Sorry, Commander. Just having a chat with Adams down at engineering. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. But you have to admit, something's odd about this mission. The whole crew feels it.
You think the
What do you
Alliance
mean?
brass is holding out on us?
If all we're supposed to do is test out the stealth system, why is Captain Anderson in charge? And then there's Nihilus. Spectres are elite operatives, top covert
The
agents.
textures and the armor
They send a
looks so good.
A Turian Spectre on a shakedown run. It doesn't add up.
What do you know about the stealth systems?
I just know it masks our location from scans and sensors. Cutting-edge technology. The Normandy's the only ship with this prototype drive. But why are we fully staffed? A skeleton crew would be cheaper, less chance of security leaks too. Plus there's Nihilus. It's pretty obvious this shakedown run is just a cover.
A cover, you say?
Damned if I know, Commander. We're out here on false pretenses. I'm not a fan of being left in the dark.
Kind of is like ME3 graphics and ME1, but even better.
Do you have a problem with the captain?
No, sir. But I can't figure out what he's doing here. Captain Anderson is one of the most decorated Special Forces officers in the service. If he melted down all his medals, he could make a life-size statue of himself.
Impressive.
You don't send a soldier like that on a do-nothing mission. He's treating this shakedown run too seriously. Something big is going on.
You don't trust Nihilus?
I don't like Turians in general. It runs in my family.
Racist.
My grandfather fought in the First Contact War. Lost a lot of friends when the Turians hit us.
That was long ago.
That was 30 years ago. You can't blame Nihilus for that.
No, I guess not. But it still makes me nervous to have a Spectre on board. Especially a Turian. We're an Alliance vessel, human military, but Nihilus doesn't answer to the captain like the rest of us. Spectres operate outside the normal chain of command. And they don't come along just to observe shakedown runs.
Spectres, there's the spooks of the galaxy.
I don't like it.
I'll see if I can get some answers when I see him.
Good luck, Commander.
I grew up on Eden Prime, Doc. It's not the kind of place Spectres visit. There's something Nihilus isn't telling us about this mission.
That's crazy. The captain's in charge here. He wouldn't take
Jenkins?
orders from a Spectre.
Not his choice, Doc.
Chakwas?
Spectres don't answer to anyone.
I almost forgot her name for a second.
Kill anyone who gets in their way.
Oh, you watch too many spy vids, Jenkins.
What do you
Jenkins?
think, Commander? We won't be staying on Eden Prime too long, will we? I'm itching for some real action.
I sincerely hope you're kidding, Corporal. Your real
wow,
action
Dr.
usually ends
Chakwas.
with me patching up crew members in the infirmary.
They touched her up a bit. She looks younger in this enhancements.
Only a fool goes looking for a fight, Corporal.
Sorry, Commander, but this waiting's killing me. I've never been on a mission like this before, not one with a Spectre on board.
What do you know about the Spectres?
Only what
The
I've
Spectres.
heard. Spectre agents work directly for the Citadel Council. They usually work alone or in small groups. Spectres don't have any official power, though. Basically, they're a shadow organization with a mandate to preserve and protect galactic stability.
Protected at any cost. Don't forget that part. Spectres operate above the law.
Why
No
don't we
human
have any of
Spectres?
our own people in there?
Spectres usually come from the Council races, like the Turians. We've been trying to get a human accepted into their ranks for years now. So far, it hasn't happened.
Hey, Commander,
Oh.
you'd make a good Spectre. You're a war hero, right? Held off an entire enemy fleet during the Blitz single-handed? That's the kind of talent the Spectres are looking for.
This is all just wild speculation. The Spectres aren't interested in recruiting humans, no matter how capable.
How do you control agents with unlimited power?
A very
I
good
suppose
question.
The Council could revoke the Spectre status of an agent who got out of hand. At that point, Citadel Security Services would take over.
Those C-Sec grunts wouldn't stand a chance. The Spectres were 20 ordinary soldiers. The Spectres police themselves. An agent goes rogue, they send another agent to take him down. That's Spectre justice.
The Corporal's confusing romantic legends with reality, Commander.
You're from Eden Prime, aren't you, Jenkins? What's it like?
It's very peaceful, Commander. They've been real careful with development,
Eden
so they
Prime.
don't have any city noise or pollution. My parents lived on the outskirts of the colony. At night, I used to climb this big hill and stare across the fields back at the lights from the main settlement. It was gorgeous. But when I got older, I realized it was a little too calm and quiet for me. That's why I joined the Alliance. Even paradise gets boring after a while.
Damn country boys, they're
Any
always
idea why
looking
Eden
for
Prime was
adventure.
chosen as our destination?
Not really sure, Commander. Eden Prime's one of our most stable colonies. Good place to take the Normandy for a shakedown run, I guess. No real danger there. There's gotta be something else going on. We've got a Spectre on board. That's why I'm so wound up. I can't wait for the real mission to start.
Just treat
Fine.
this like every other assignment you've had and everything will work out.
Easy for you to say. You proved yourself in the Blitz. Everybody knows what you can do. This is my
Damn
big
right.
chance. I need to show the brass what I can do.
Don't play the hero.
This mission isn't about personal glory, Corporal. We have a job to do. Don't do anything stupid to mess it up.
Don't worry, sir.
I mean, his name's Jenkins.
What can you tell me about Nihilus?
He might do something
Turians
stupid.
are generally well respected by the other species. Their fleet has more patrols protecting Citadel space than any other. They don't always get on well with us, though. Some people find them too rigid. Others still blame them for the First Contact War.
I'm
As
pretty
for
sure there's a
Nihilus,
few
I haven't said more than
Mass
2
Effect
words
fans
to him.
that
He
prefer
usually
their
only speaks
rigidness.
to the captain.
I hope we get a chance to see him in action. I heard Nihilus took down an entire enemy platoon all by himself.
The captain's waiting for me.
Goodbye, Commander.
Damn right, salute me, soldier. Nihilus.
Commander Shepard, I was hoping you'd get here first. It will give us a chance to talk.
The captain said he'd meet me here.
He's on his way. I'm interested in this world we're going to.
Oh.
Eden Prime. I've heard it's quite beautiful.
They say it's a paradise.
Yes, a paradise. Serene, tranquil, safe. Eden Prime has become something of a symbol for your people, hasn't it? Proof that humanity can not only establish colonies across the galaxy, but also protect them. But how safe is it really?
Not a threat.
Are you trying to scare me, Spectre?
Your people are still newcomers, Shepard. The galaxy can be a very dangerous place. Is the Alliance truly ready for this?
I think it's about time we told the commander what's really going on.
This mission is far more than a simple shakedown run.
Well, that's
I
obvious.
already figured that out.
We're making a covert pickup on Eden Prime. That's why we needed the stealth systems operational.
There must be a reason you didn't tell me about this, sir.
This comes down from the top, Commander. Information strictly on a need-to-know basis.
Well, I need to know.
The research team on Eden Prime unearthed some kind of beacon during an excavation. It was Prothean.
Prothean?
I thought the Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago.
Their legacy still remains. The mass relays, the Citadel, our ship drives. It's all based on Prothean technology.
This is big, Shepard. The last time humanity made a discovery like this, it jumped our technology forward 200 years. But Eden Prime doesn't have the facilities to handle something like this. We need to bring the beacon back to the Citadel for proper study.
Obviously, this goes beyond mere human interests, Commander. This discovery could affect every species in Council space.
Why did we tell the
Why didn't
council?
we keep the beacon for ourselves?
You humans don't have the best reputation. Some species see you as selfish, too unpredictable, too independent, even dangerous.
Fair.
Sharing that
Oh,
beacon
very
will
fair.
improve relations with the Council. Plus, we need their scientific expertise. They know more about the Protheans than we do.
The beacon's not the only reason I'm here, Shepard.
Nihilus wants to see you in action, Commander. He's here to evaluate you.
Should have known.
Guess that explains why I bump into him every time I turn around.
The Alliance has been pushing for this for a long
So I
time.
turn around. Oh, Nihilus, hi.
Humanity
Nihilus.
wants a
Nihilus.
larger role in shaping interstellar policy. We want more say with the Citadel Council. The Spectres represent the Council's power and authority. If they accept a human into their ranks, it
Consider
shows
this a
how
Fermi
far the
paradox
Alliance
could
has come.
You
sound
held off
true if we
an
think
enemy
there are
assault
lost
during the
civilizations
Blitz
before us and we're
single-handed.
just building on top
You
of
showed
achievements.
not only courage,
Yeah,
but
potentially.
also incredible skill. That's why I put your name forward as a candidate for the Spectres.
It's like, Yeah, statistically, we cannot be alone in the galaxy. But who's to say any civilization that came before us is not already being wiped out? Or, what if we're the most advanced civilization? At least in this quadrant.
Why would a Turian want a human in the Spectres?
Not all Turians resent humanity. Some of us see the potential of your species. We see what you have to offer to the rest of the galaxy, and to the Spectres. We are an elite group. It's rare to find an individual with the skills we seek. I don't care that you're human, Shepard. I only care that you can do the job.
Just tell me what I have to do.
I need to see your skills for myself, Commander. Eden Prime will be the first of several missions together.
You'll be in charge of the ground team. Secure the beacon and get it onto the ship ASAP. Nihilus will accompany you to observe the mission.
What do you know about the Protheans?
Just what they taught us in school. They were a technologically advanced species that ruled the galaxy 50,000 years ago. Then they vanished. Nobody really knows how or why, though I've heard plenty of theories. But
I have a theory.
Galactic civilization wouldn't exist without them.
Their citadel is the very heart of galactic society, and without their mass relays, interstellar travel would be impossible. We all owe the Protheans a great debt.
Why is this beacon so important?
All advanced galactic civilization is based on Prothean technology, even yours.
If we hadn't discovered those Prothean ruins buried on Mars, we'd still be stuck on Earth. That was just a small data cache. Who knows what we can learn from this beacon? What if it's a weapons?
Found Prothean ruins on Mars.
Can't let it fall into the wrong
Learned a lot of stuff, and then eventually found the Chiron relay in orbit of Pluto. Turns out the Chiron isn't a moon of Pluto. It's a relay in a moon.
Like who?
The Attican Traverse isn't
in the history books they needed to learn.
There are plenty of raiders
Our own
and
air history, galactic history.
They might figure
Yeah,
Prothean
the books must be really big.
worth the risk of attacking an alliance.
You'd have a class on human history,
right
and
on
then
the
a
border of the Terminus
class
systems.
on galactic history.
The Attican Traverse is under Citadel protection. If the Terminus systems attack, it's an act of war.
Technically, yes. But some of the species in the Terminus might be willing to start a war over this.
The last thing the Council wants is to get dragged into a major conflict with the Terminus systems. We have to keep this low-key.
I'd like to know more about Eden Prime before we touch down.
It's a peaceful farming world, but it represents something much bigger.
Peaceful farming
It's
world.
one of our oldest and most successful colonies. It proved we were ready to face the challenges of settling new worlds, to forge a place for humanity beyond Earth. It symbolizes humanity's growth and evolution as a spacefaring species. And after this, it will be known as the world where humans made a discovery.
I could listen to
of galactic
Keith David talk for hours. Love his voice actor. Love him as a voice actor.
Just give the word, Captain.
We should be getting close to Eden.
Captain, we got a problem.
What's wrong, Joker?
Transmission from Eden Prime, sir. You better see this.
Bring it up on screen.
Get down!
Pew pew pew.
We are under attack, taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't get evac. They came out of nowhere. We need.
Like Nani.
Everything cuts out after that. No comm traffic at all. Just goes dead. There's nothing.
Reverse and hold at 38.5. Status report.
17 minutes out, Captain. No other Alliance ships in the area.
Take us in, Joker, fast and quiet. This mission just got a lot more complicated.
A small strike team can move
Oh,
quickly
yeah.
without drawing attention. It's our best chance to secure.
Things just got
Grab your
complicated.
gear and meet us in the cargo hold. Tell Alenko and Jenkins to suit up, Commander. You're going in.
There's a big old alien spaceship.
Engaging stealth systems.
Somebody was doing some serious digging here, Captain.
Your team's the muscle in this operation, Commander. Go in heavy and head straight for the dig site.
What about survivors, Captain?
Helping survivors is a secondary objective. The beacon's your top priority.
Approaching drop point 1.
Typical military.
You coming with us?
I move faster on my own.
Nihilus will scout out ahead. He'll feed you status reports throughout the mission. Otherwise, I want radio silence.
We've got his back, Captain.
The mission's yours now, Shepard. Good luck.
Sounds a bit windy.
We are approaching drop point 2.
Here's a question. How do we ever get down from there? That's pretty high.
This place got hit hard, Commander. Hostiles everywhere.
Wow, the ash in the atmosphere.
What the hell are those?
Gas bags. Don't worry, they're harmless.
Nope. Gun works.
Oh God, what happened here?
Ooh. Shoot weapons that way. Okay. Obviously, they would have adjusted some little bits and bobs. Didn't remember how to do things. Jenkins, take point. Jenkins! Speak to me, Jenkins! Oh no, he did.
Ripped right through his shields. Never had a chance.
It's like, forget about him.
Sometimes Marines die. The rest of us just have to carry on. We still have to find that beacon.
Aye, aye,
That
sir.
was a little bit cold. Well, his name was Jenkins. Ensign Leroy Jenkins. Actually, his full name. Get big. All good.
Burned our buildings here, Shepard. A lot of bodies. I'm gonna check it out. I'll try to catch up with you at the dig site.
Squad. Actually, here's the thing. I forget that Charm and Intimidate are two separate things. So that'll be an issue. Now we should put a point into pistols. Probably into armor. And then the last one, Charm or Intimidate, which basically determines Paragon or Renegade, basically. I forgot it was separate. I think it's the later games where it's just like Charisma. Don't know what to do. Do I want to be charming, or do I mean, I could try and level them both up. Okay, 1 point in each. And may as well 1-point pistols. There we go. Caden. Barrier and first aid. Attack target, specific coordinated move, attack target, regroup, follow. Cool. Sabotage. Can I sprint? Can I sprint or not? I remember the last time I actually played Mass Effect, the first one. It's been a while. Many years. Well. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Dinky dead. Oh, right in the head. Nice.
Thanks for your help, Commander. I didn't think I was going to make it.
How did you know I'm a commander? Is my rank on my armor somewhere?
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams of the 212. You the one in charge here, sir?
The 212? You serve under General Obi-Wan Kenobi? Wait, no, wrong universe.
Give me a status report, Williams.
Oh, man. We were patrolling the perimeter when the attack hit. We tried to get off a distress call, but they cut off our communications. I've been fighting for my life ever since.
Where's the rest of your squad?
We tried to double back to the beacon.
Where's your
but we
squad?
walked into an ambush. I don't think any of the others... I think I'm the only one left.
This isn't your fault, Williams. You couldn't have done anything to save them.
Yes, sir. We held our position as long as we could, until the Geth overwhelmed us.
The Geth?
The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years. Why are they here now?
They must have come for the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise. It might still be there.
We could use your help, Williams.
Aye, aye, sir. It's time for payback.
What else do you know about the Geth?
Just what I remember from history class back in school. They're synthetics, non-organic life forms.
History class.
AI programming, created by the Quarians a few centuries ago. They were supposed to be a source of cheap labor, but ended up turning on the Quarians and drove them into exile. Well, after that, they just kind of disappeared behind the Perseus Veil. Nobody's really heard much from them since.
Tell me everything you know about the beacon.
They were doing
What
some
do you know?
digging out here to extend the monorail and expand the colony. A few weeks ago, they unearthed some Prothean ruins, and the beacon. Suddenly, every scientific expert in the colony was interested. That's when they brought us in to secure the site. I don't know much about the beacon itself, but I heard one of the researchers say this could be the biggest scientific discovery of the century.
What happened to the
And
researchers
scientists?
at the dig site?
I don't know. They set up camp near the beacon. The 232 was with them. Maybe their unit fared better than mine.
Describe what happened leading up to the attack.
We were sent out a couple of nights ago from the main colony to secure.
We're in the middle of the mission, but I'm going to
Seemed like
debrief you
routine
here and
patrol
now.
Until the Geth hit us. We never knew they were coming.
Have you seen a Turian Spectre around here?
There aren't any Turians on Eden Prime. None that I've ever met. Not sure I'd be able to tell if one was a Spectre anyway.
If you saw this guy, you'd know. Carries enough firepower to wipe out a whole platoon. Luckily, he's on our side.
I mean,
Sorry,
I
like
carry
I said,
enough
no
weapons.
Turians.
I carry enough weapons to wipe out a small platoon. Like, we all have a rifle, sniper rifle, pistol, shotgun. Squad, Ashley. Assault rifles. And soldier. Caden, Shepard, okay.
The beacon's at the far end of this trench.
Ooh, scorpion light armor. Nice. Entity personnel rounds as well. Oop, wrong button. Oh, that's confusing. What's no? Yeah, because that was the button for getting your inventory in Mass Effect Andromeda. Equipment. I've currently got light armor onyx, but let's not change armor now. Doesn't matter. I'm an N7. Hey, buddy, are you okay? Oh, I think he's sleeping. How does one run? I forgot how to run. Controls. Oh well. Let's take to manually toggle crouching. Oh, I see. Gameplay is a lot different to Andromeda. Eat a grenade! Ah, A to sprint, that's what it is. Oh shit, don't mind me. Oh, good.
This is the dig site. The beacon was right here. It must have been moved.
By who?
Must have been moved, you say.
Hard to say. Maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp.
You think anyone got out of here alive?
If they were lucky. Maybe hiding up in the camp. It's just on the top of this ridge, up the ramps.
Roger, roger. Squad. 6 points, okay. Put one into armor. Infiltrator. A bit odd, charm, and intimidate, just to give me the options. And then... no. Infiltrator. Yuhei decryption for unlocking stuff will be actually useful. Charm intimidate, why not? Get her assault training. Caden. There we go.
Change of plans, Shepard. There's a small spaceport up ahead. I want to check it out. I'll wait for you there.
See you there, Nihilus.
Looks like they hit the camp hard.
It's a good place for an ambush. Keep your guard up.
Good place for an ambush, you say? Oh, the husks.
Oh god, they're still alive.
I'm not sure if you could call them alive. Elenko. Throw it. I don't have any more husks. Ooh, an upgrade kit. This place is on fire. Ooh, some more stuff. Omni gel.
That door, it's closed. Security lock's engaged.
I got this. Easy.
Humans, thank the Maker.
Maker?
Door before they come back.
You're safe.
Don't worry, we'll protect you.
Thank you. I think we'll be okay now. It looks like everyone's gone.
You're Dr. Warren, the one in charge of the excavation. Do you know what happened to the beacon?
It was moved to the spaceport this morning. Manuel and I stayed behind to help pack up the camp. When the attack came, the Marines held them off long enough for us to hide. They gave their lives to save us.
No one
That's
is
their job,
saved.
ma'am.
The age of humanity is ended. Soon, only ruin and corpses will remain.
What else can you tell me about the attack?
It all happened so fast. 1 second we were gathering up our equipment. The next we were hiding in the shed while the Geth swarmed over the camp.
Agents of the destroyers, bringers of darkness, heralds of our extinction.
We could hear the battle outside. Gunfire, screams.
He's like,
I thought it would never end. Then everything went quiet. We just sat there, too afraid to move, until you came along.
Did you notice a Turian in the area?
I saw him, the Prophet, leader of the enemy. He was here before the attack.
Hey, impossible.
Nihilus was with us in the Normandy before the attack. He couldn't have been here.
I'm sorry, Manuel's still a bit...
And there was
unsettled.
another Turian.
We haven't seen your Turian. We've
Clearly.
been hiding in here since the attack.
Can you tell me anything about the beacon?
It's some type of data module from a galaxy-wide communications network. Remarkably well preserved. It could be the greatest scientific discovery of our lifetime. Miraculous new technologies, groundbreaking medical advances. Who knows what secrets are locked inside?
We have unearthed the heart of evil, awakened the beast, unleashed the darkness.
Manuel,
Or
please,
you
this isn't the
found
time.
the one chance for us to survive.
What's wrong with your assistant?
Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin.
That's true.
Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there is no escape? No hope? No. I am not mad. I'm the only sane
The
one
sane
left.
one left.
I gave him an extra dose of his meds after the attack.
Do you want me to shut him up? I could shut him up for a while. Do ya?
Say goodnight, Manuel.
You cannot silence the truth. My voice must be heard.
Oh my god! What did you do?
That might have been a little extreme, Commander.
You can't just go around whacking people in the head.
It was only a matter of time until he did something crazy and dangerous.
I suppose you're right. By the time he wakes up, the meds will have kicked in.
Good.
Williams, take us to the spaceport.
I had to. Punching people in the head for just being Shepard. Cutscene. Nihilus. And another Turian.
Saren.
Friend of yours? Saren.
Nihilus. This isn't your mission, Saren. What are you doing here?
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
What was that gunshot? No worries, Jess. Working good.
What is that? Off in the distance.
It's a ship. Look at the size of it.
A lot more visible than it used to be. Wow. Front row. Caden, front. You dead? Oh, they got rid of that terrible sway. Perfect. Oops. Ooh, nice. Juicy. There's a target there, but we just can't see it. Oh, there we go. Overload your weapon. Ha! Alright. X, A, B, A. Oh, good.
Everybody stay calm out there. We're coming out. We're not armed.
Are you sure about that?
Is it safe? Are they gone?
We
They're
took care
gone.
of them.
Those things were crawling all around the shed. They would have found us for sure. We owe you our lives.
I still can't believe it. When we saw that ship, I thought it was all over.
It showed up right before the attack. Knew it was trouble the second I saw it, so we made a break for the sheds.
Oh.
Tell me everything you remember about the attack.
The three of us were working the crops when that ship showed up. We just saw it and ran. I don't know what happened to the rest of the crew.
They were by the garage, over near the spaceport, right where that ship came down. No way they survived.
You don't know that. We survived. If they made it to the garage, they could have had a fighting chance.
Do you know anything about the Prothean beacon they dug up?
We're just farmers. We heard they found something out there, but it never really mattered to us. Not until now.
What else can you tell me about the ship you saw?
I was
What
too
do you
busy
saw?
running to get a clear
What do
look
you-
at
what?
it.
Saw? No?
I think it landed over near
Words.
the spaceport.
Tell them about the noise, Cole. That awful noise.
It was emitting some kind of signal as it descended. It sounded like the shriek of the damned. Only
Accurate
it was
description.
coming from inside your own head.
It was probably trying to block communications.
Whatever it was, felt like it was tearing right through my skull. Almost made it impossible to think.
I have to go.
Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers. These guys are soldiers. Maybe we should give them the stuff.
Jeez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up.
You have something to tell me, Cole?
Some guys at the spaceport were running a small smuggling ring.
Oh.
Nothing major. In exchange for a cut of the profits, we let them store packages in our sheds.
That's why you ran here.
You greedy bastard. You weren't running for your life. You were running to check on your merchandise.
No, it's not like that. I just knew there were some packages here, something we could use. I found a pistol. Figured it would come in handy if those things came back. But you'll probably get more use out of it than we will.
No, I got to try. Do you want to charm him? Or, be intimidating? Use the sound alerts to choose. Not much of a choice. It's like a very male choice. We go, is that all? Or are you holding out on me? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch the baby by the toe. If it squeals, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're being nice.
We're risking our lives to save this colony. You sure there's nothing else in here that could help us out?
Yeah, there's one more thing. I was gonna sell it after this was over, but you probably deserve it more than I do.
Damn right I do.
Who's your contact at the spaceport, Cole? What's his name?
He's not a bad guy. I don't want to get him in trouble. Besides, I'm not a snitch.
Oh, I know exactly what that happens if I do this. But no, we're gonna be
Might
nice
have
for
something
now.
to do with this whole attack, Cole. We need his name. It's important.
You're right. His name's Powell. Works the docks at the spaceport if he's still alive.
His lip syncs off.
I have to go.
Good luck.
Stinger and combat sensor. Ooh, nice. Oop, wrong button. Equipment. Yeah, the Stinger. And have to be upgrades again. Yep. Anti-personnel rounds. There's organics. We're not fighting organics. It doesn't matter. Sensor, though. Actually, he's using our assault rifle. Damage per second higher. Actually, rating's a bit lower. That's fine, though. Give her the Avenger instead of the Lancer. We give her the Banshee. Yeah, give her an Adventure. Maybe give her a Scimitar as well. Let's rock and roll. Nothing down here, is there? No. Okay. Up we go.
Commander.
Oh no.
It's Nihilus.
Nihilus!
Something's moving over behind those crates.
Wait! Don't shoot! I'm one of you! I'm human!
You need to be more careful.
Sneaking up on us like that nearly got you killed.
I am sorry, I was hiding from those creatures.
Mm-hmm.
My name's Powell. I saw what happened to that Turian. The other one shot him.
The other one?
What the hell are you talking about?
There were two Turians here. Your friend and another one he called Saren. I think they knew each other. Your friend seemed to relax. He let his guard down. And Saren killed him. Shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates.
We were told a Prothean beacon was brought to the spaceport. What happened to it?
It's over on the other platform. Probably where that guy Saren was headed. He hopped on the cargo train right after he killed your friend. I knew that beacon was trouble.
Bastard.
Everything's gone to hell since we found it. First that damn mothership showed up, then the attack. They killed everyone. Everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates, I'd be dead too.
Didn't find you?
How come you're the only one who survived? Why didn't anyone else try to hide behind the crates?
They never had a chance. I was already behind the crates when the attack started.
Wait.
Clarify?
You were hiding behind the crates before the attack?
Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift. I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where the supervisor can't find me.
Wow.
You survived because you're lazy?
If you hadn't snuck off for that nap, you'd probably be dead just like all the others.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't really want to think about it.
Imagine that on your conscience, the only way you survived is because you took a nap.
Tell me about the Geth attack.
It was quick. 1 minute the ship was descending, the next, those Geth were swarming over the platform. Thousands of them. They must have been inside that mothership. They shot anything that moved. It was a massacre.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the beacon?
They brought it here this morning. We loaded it up onto the train and shipped it to the other platform. Hard to believe that was only a few hours ago. Feels like a whole other life.
Shit.
Tell me about this mothership you saw.
I've never seen anything like it before. It was huge. Landed over near that platform. The whole place got dark as it came down. And it was making this noise, this sound that bored right into your brain. That's what woke me up. The attack came a few minutes later.
You're Cole's contact here on the docks for the smuggling ring.
Uh-oh. Busted.
What? No! I mean, what does it matter now? So I'm a smuggler, who cares? My supervisor's dead, the entire crew's dead. Doesn't matter now, does it?
Smuggle any weapons?
Anything hidden nearby that we could use against the Geth?
Shipment of grenades came through last week. Nobody notices if a few small pieces go missing for the military orders.
You greedy son of a bitch! We're out here trying to protect your sorry ass, and all you can think about is how you can rip us off?
I never thought you'd actually need those grenades. Who'd want to attack Eden Prime? We're just a bunch of farmers. How was I supposed to know?
Hand over those grenades. Now.
They're yours. Take them. My smuggling days are over, I swear.
They better be. Oh, I don't have enough for the rest of it. If I'd gone all one route, that would have worked. But, oh well.
We need to find that beacon before it's too late.
I need to really decide if I want to go
That's
down
where the other Turian went.
Paragon or Renegade.
I can't stay here. I need to get away
Can't
from
really
all
have
this.
both. But that's your choice. Want me to intimidate people? Charm them. Snipey Wiple. Ooh. The tech abilities are so great against the Geth. Figured it out already. She has run in front of me a few times, hasn't she? Ashley, please. It looks legit just shoot her in the back that time. Oop, wrong weapon. Whoop. There we go. Headshot. Wow, it's weird to play Mass Effect with a sniper rifle that actually works. Good God, what was it? I know, she's the actual soldier here. Got him. Right. Train controls. Choo-choo. Let's go.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire colony. Leave no evidence that we were here.
Yes, sir. Saren. The gift. Light bulb faces. Such an iconic and creepy design. So when I think about it, they are a lot like robotic elites
charges.
from
The
Halo.
Geth must have planted them.
Hurry! We need to find them all and shut them down.
One down. Sprint. Disarm. Apparently take cover on it as well. Yeah, I just remember how to heal. Okay, what was it for healing again? I can heal, I just forgot how to do it. Oh, it's not that button. Yeah, we go. Yeah, I remember how to heal. Y button. Disarm. Thank you for pointing out my health, because I was not paying attention. I don't know if there's any containers over here. No. Yeah, that's on the side. Fatigued. I am definitely fatigued. Running. I know there's containers around somewhere. Oh, it's the other side. Husks. Run towards the enemy. It's totally safe, right? A, B. Edge Hurricane Hammer. Oh, wait, over there. Yeah, I remember that. Well, that I remember where most of the crates are. Y, A, B, Y. One more container over here. So we got everything but that grenade mod because we didn't have the enough charm or intimidate. Prothean beacon. And the remains of the dig site behind it. Oof. This colony is pretty rough.
The beacon is secure.
This is amazing. Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up. Something must have activated it.
Roger, Normandy. Standing by.
Now, if Ashley didn't do this, then Shepard would have never done this. And then maybe she would be the one that would get the vision.
No, don't touch it.
Ah! My brain is scrambled. And the beacon appeared to have exploded. Achievement. Eden Prime.
We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime. The Normandy, a human alliance vessel. It was under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
Oh, he made. I like how she doesn't flinch. Like, bitch, please.
This human must be eliminated.
Dr. Chakwas, I think he's waking up.
Dr. Chakwas! I'm alive! The fuck happened?
You had us
Doctor?
worried there, Shepard. How are you feeling?
Let's see, how am I feeling?
How did I end up here? How long was I out?
About 15 hours.
Oof,
Something
that's a good
happened down
nap.
there with the beacon, I think.
15 hours.
It's my fault.
Sounds
I
like a
must
good
have triggered
sleep.
some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way.
Where's the beacon now? What happened to it?
The beacon exploded. A system overload, maybe. The blast knocked you cold. The lieutenant and I carried you back here to the ship.
I
Thanks.
appreciate it.
Physically, you're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity. Abnormal beta
Oh.
waves. I also noticed an increase in your rapid eye movement. Signs typically associated with intense dreaming.
More like a nightmare.
I saw... I'm not sure what I saw. Death? Destruction? Nothing's really clear.
I better add this to my report. It may... Oh, Captain Anderson.
How's our XO holding up, Doctor?
Well, all the readings look normal. I'd say the commander's going to be fine.
Glad to hear it. Shepard, I need to speak with you. In private.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'll be in the mess if you need me.
Sounds like that beacon hit you pretty hard, Commander. Are you sure you're okay?
Bad about
I
Jenkins.
don't like soldiers dying under my command.
Jenkins wasn't your fault. You did a good job, Shepard.
Chief Williams isn't part of the Normandy crew.
I figured
She
we
is
could
now.
use a soldier like her. She's been reassigned to the Normandy.
Williams is a good soldier. She deserves it.
She isn't really.
Lieutenant Alenko agrees with you. That's why I added her to our crew.
Intel dropped the ball, sir. We had no idea what we were walking into down there. That's why things went to hell.
The Geth haven't been outside the Veil in 2 centuries, Commander. Nobody could have predicted this.
They dropped the ball.
You said you needed to see me in private, Captain?
I won't lie to you, Shepard. Things look bad. Nihilus is dead. The beacon was destroyed and Geth are invading. The Council's going to want answers.
Well, I did my job.
The Geth would have wiped out the whole colony if I hadn't stopped them.
I'll stand behind you and your report, Shepard. You're a damned hero in my books. That's not why I'm here. It's Saren, that other Turian. Saren's a Spectre, one of the best, a living legend. But if he's working with the Geth, it means he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous, and he hates humans.
Hates humans?
Why?
He thinks we're growing too fast, taking over the galaxy. A lot of aliens think that way. Most of them don't do anything about it. But Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how, I don't know why. I only know it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before that beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after?
A vision, maybe.
Just before I lost consciousness, I had some kind of vision.
A vision? A vision of what?
A warning.
I saw synthetics. Geth, maybe. Slaughtering people. Butchering them.
We need to report this to the Council, Shepard.
Hey, what we gonna say?
What are we gonna tell them? I had a bad dream?
We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost Prothean technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was. Saren took it. But I know Saren. I know his reputation is politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This attack was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon.
War.
He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
I'll find some way to take him down.
It's not that easy. He's a Spectre.
Oh.
He can go anywhere.
Don't believe in me. I could do it, sir.
That's why we need the Council on our side.
We expose him.
We prove Saren's gone rogue, and the Council will revoke his Spectre status.
I'll contact the Ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel. We should be getting close. Head up to the bridge and tell Joker to bring us into dock.
Isn't that your job, sir? You're the captain.
Hey, Commander.
Ashley?
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. The crew could use some good news after what happened to Jenkins.
Jenkins was a valuable part of this crew.
He
wasn't
really.
Part of me feels guilty over what happened. If Jenkins was still alive, I might not be here.
You're a good soldier, Williams. You belong on the Normandy.
Thanks, Commander.
You
That
survived
means
when the rest of your squad
I've
died.
never met anyone who was
Makes you
avoiding
better
the
than
Star
Jenkins.
There's nothing special about me, Williams. Anyone would have done the same.
Held off an entire enemy platoon? Alone? With all due respect, Commander, I think you've got somebody watching over you.
Yeah. Me.
Things were pretty rough down there. Are you okay?
I am watching over him with this controller
I've
in my
seen
hand.
friends die before. Comes with being a Marine. But to see my whole unit wiped out, and you never get used to seeing dead civilians. But things would have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up.
We couldn't have done it without you, Williams.
Thanks, Commander. I have to admit, I was a little worried about being assigned to the Normandy. It's nice when someone makes you feel welcome.
I think you're gonna fit in here just fine, Williams.
Thanks, Commander.
You're gonna fit in just fine until the moment you don't. Dr. Chakwas?
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
Let's do our
I
nosy.
enlisted right out of med school. Earth always seemed boring to me. Too safe, too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity needs the Alliance if we want to keep expanding through the Traverse, and the Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
Ever think you made the wrong choice?
Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth. Or maybe taking a position at one of the new med centers out in the colonies. But there's something special about working on soldiers. I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them.
What do you know about Captain Anderson?
I've served with him for a few tours now.
The captain.
He knows when to let things slide and when to crack the whip. The crew knows he's seen pretty much anything they'll ever run into. And he cares about the people under his command.
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record. Over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though.
Special
Maybe
commendations, because he's special.
It's not easy being an L2.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. Lieutenant Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
What kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain. There's a long list of horrific side effects. Caden's lucky. He just gets migraines.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
That still sucks. Caden.
Glad to see you're okay, Commander.
Or talk to me properly, huh? Okay. Cryopods. What are you two doing back here? Hmm? Fraternizing on duty? Hey, the captain's animators come in here before.
Go speak to Joker when you're ready. Tell him to bring the Normandy into dock.
Okay. I didn't bother to knock. You know, I can explore the ship. Maybe I will. This lift is still slow. Not as slow as it used to be.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, mods. It's not standard Alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, as long as you don't mind paying for it.
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses
Shocking.
alone have set me back more than I'd like. But no licenses, no goods. Without the goods, I'm out of a job.
What are licenses? Why do you need them?
Manufacturers sell licenses.
Normally you wouldn't talk to this guy too much
Each
later.
license allows me to buy and sell a certain brand of products. I already have several basic ones, but you'll need to buy more if you want me to bring in different brands. Many of the best licenses are hard to get, but they're well worth the cost if you can find them.
It's one of the things they can convert out in
There are too many for me.
future games is like a different
But each
manufacturer
license
for
will
weapons.
explain what it's good for.
How often will you get new items?
Well, that depends on how many licenses you've purchased. But I'll rotate items on a regular basis regardless. And anytime we land someplace with a big enough port, I'll buy, sell, and trade whatever I can. Check back
Got
often.
it.
I need to move items quickly, so only the most basic items will be stocked consistently.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet.
Show me what you've got. Upgrades for metagen grenades. Buy. Buy. The lovely engine of the ship.
Shame about Jenkins, Commander.
Yep. Shame about Jenkins. He was a good kid. Stupid, but a good kid. Elevator. This stuff feels like they sped that left up a bit. It used to feel like I took forever. Doo-doo. Presley.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. Losing Jenkins was hard enough on the crew.
Joker!
Good Good timing, Commander. I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work.
I love this cutscene. Ooh, my face darked. Pretty.
Look at the size of that ship.
The Ascension, flagship of the Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
Need firepower, too.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers in any ship in the Alliance fleet.
Good thing it's on our side, then.
Citadel Control, this is SSV Normandy, requesting permission to land.
Stand by for clearance, Normandy. Clearance granted. You may begin your approach. Transferring you to an Alliance operator.
Roger, Alliance Tower. Normandy out.
Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. Please proceed to Dock 422.
Dock 422. Roger, roger. The Normandy. Literally named after the Battle of Normandy.
This is an outrage! The Council would step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony?
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems, Ambassador.
Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Saren?
Rude.
You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action!
You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador.
Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren. We will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before.
Hey, well.
Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
Such a
They
dick.
are. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
Dangerous.
Saren's a threat to every human colony out there. He needs to be stopped. The Council has to listen to us.
Settle down, Commander. You've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
That's Saren's fault, not his.
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
And that's why I hate politicians.
Agreed. So Saren, go to the tower. Gonna hack into this. Nope, wrong button again. Let's go exploring. Oh, the El Gore.
I can't just... This is serious. My reputation is at stake. I spoke with the console in confidence, and she betrayed that confidence.
Oh no.
I will look into it for you. In the meantime, do not do anything rash.
Can an El Gore do anything rash? It looks so much more detailed than it used to be.
Pleased greeting. Human, it is always good to see your kind. I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this day?
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements. Plainly, we discovered our vocal expression was not enough to convey the
I'm probably gonna mispronounce it,
feelings of
sorry.
our conversations to other
Izuka?
species.
Alright.
Why do you bother, Kalen? These Earth Clan don't really care about our ways.
Remorseful response, Din.
Welcome to the stream.
I don't truly believe that, and if you do, I am very sorry for you.
They're so monotone.
Tell me more about your species.
Genuine enthusiasm.
Yes, it was fine. Okay, doke.
I delight in telling the history of my people. It is agreeable to share our culture with others.
Tell me about the history and origins of the Elcor.
History lesson time.
The Elcor were just beginning to explore Council space when the Asari first made contact with us. With their help, we discovered the relay closest to our system, and from there the Citadel. Proudly, within one lifetime we established a regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living on this great station.
I'd like to know more about the culture of the Elcor.
Frankly, we Elcor prefer the safety and familiarity of our own colonies to the confines of space travel. Our society is built on small, tight-knit groups.
Being pretty good.
So we are always welcoming to outsiders. Our government
Having
tends to be
reliving one of my favorite games, the new Legendary Edition of Mass Effect.
With sudden changes.
What do you do here?
Modestly. I work to bring the problems and the requests of the Elcor groups to the attention of the Council.
Ha! They only give us these positions to keep us quiet. The Council doesn't care about our races.
Chastising rebuke. Your tone is inappropriate, Din. This human is not to blame for your malcontent or your misconceived suspicions.
So rude.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell.
Sincere farewell.
Enjoy your time on the Citadel. Hello there, human.
Hello.
Sincere apology.
Hello there, General Kenobi.
Business and cannot be distracted right now.
You seem distressed. Is there something I can do to help?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you?
Oh yeah, Mass Effect 1 is a very happy story.
And it is the Asari consort's fault. She's the one who started all this.
Who's this Asari consort?
Like Mass Effect 2 and 3 is a little bit more. Mass Effect in general is all very story. But the first one's gameplay was a bit more clunky. But they refined it, which is good.
It is too sensitive.
I'm negotiating with a client on emotes. Dealing with being told you're underselling. Oh wow, that's not nice. Oh yeah. I mean, the trilogy is like one of, like I've played this so many times in the past.
Where can I find this Asari consort?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices.
But yeah, it's one of those games that like.
Good day.
Oh, back was it 2000? Yeah, 2007 when this originally came out.
Earth Clan, you are in the wrong place, I think. Your ambassador is next door in the large
been 10 years since Mass Effect 3.
Chastising remark. Don't
that was 2011.
Be so rude, Dan.
Thanks, yeah.
At least introduce yourself.
Be pricing a little bit higher. Oh, hey, definitely don't undersell yourself.
Something I can do for you, Earth Clan.
One thing I've always been told, like when I was at uni doing animation, is like don't undersell, never undersell yourself.
What is this place?
You are in the embassy for the Volus and
like,
the Elcor.
Of course, at the same time, we can only value ourselves.
In his own office.
In this shared
Oh yeah, I
space,
grew up with this game.
I aid my fellow Volus.
I remember this
when I'm
coming
not
out back
being
in 2007.
interrupted.
I also remember breaking my Xbox at the time. My first Xbox 360, I got this, and my original 360 then got the red ring of death and died. I then had to get a new Xbox. And then, wow, it was just... It's one of those games that has a very special place in my heart.
I'm sure our history and culture would bore you, Earthclan.
Basically, the first version of the Xbox 360 had an overheating issue. So after a couple of years, I mean, it was like 2 years old, the console at that point, the one I had. So eventually it just got to the point where the hardware gave out, which was unfortunate. After warranty expired as well.
Actually, I would like to know more about your history.
My people came to the Citadel shortly after the Asari
Replaced that with a new Xbox, and I was able to play it. Then I was play the whole trilogy.
In establishing a standardized galactic economy.
Like this
However,
game,
despite our long
I love how there's
association
so
with the
many
Citadel
choices you can do.
and our many contributions to galactic
Because like you could be a nice person,
do not hold a
you
seat
could be an
on the
asshole.
council.
Tell me about Volus culture.
We
Oh
are
yeah,
tribal by
I
nature,
played that.
but our
I
ways
literally
are not
played my
violent.
Xbox 360
We barter
to
and
death.
trade our lands and tribe members in order to increase status. Larger tribes often engulf smaller ones and eventually
Not much of a
split
gamer?
again.
Oh, fair.
Our society is very malleable, and our government is always shifting and changing. Since
Well,
we're
to put in
not
perspective, the
physically
first
adept,
Xbox
we
360
trade our
ran so
services
hot,
for
I never had to turn the heating on in my room. It generated that much heat. Which, yeah, definitely a bad thing.
What is it you do here?
I look out for the best interests of the Volus people. No easy task considering how often we are overlooked by the Council.
Chastising rebuke, Den. The Council favors your species greatly.
You are naive. The Earth
Oh, yeah.
will be invited to the Council long before our species will.
Hardcore gamer right there.
Why aren't the Volus or Elcor part of the council?
No,
All
not anymore.
species must prove themselves before they join the Council. All but the Earth clans, it would seem.
But the high school times of playing my games every waking hour.
Ignore
Not
the
so much.
Volus ambassador, human. He is incorrect in his assessment.
Really? How long have we been waiting? How long do you think we'll continue to wait? Bah, this talk is wasted on the
Bah.
humans.
Why are you so
You seem
cranky?
to have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, Din.
You humans are new to the Citadel, and yet the Council has granted you great favor.
Exactly.
Chastising rebuke, Din. Your species has always been granted many concessions. Volus territory has expanded tenfold since coming to the Citadel.
Just existing in VTubing these days.
Details.
Yeah, I
We still
hear
have
that.
No real say in the decisions that affect Citadel.
At least until the world goes a little bit more back to well, it's getting towards back to normal.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Air quotes on the normal.
Yes, yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
Doop-a-doop-doo. I have yet to get one. In the UK, they're not currently available for my age group.
Good day, Commander. The human ambassador is up the stairs, first room on the right.
You know who I am?
Yes, I receive reports on all newly arrived dignitaries and notable people.
So I need to wait. My age group should be able to get it next month.
What is this place?
This is the Presidium. More specifically, you are at the Citadel embassies. If you have more questions, please access Avina.
Avina?
What's that?
Oh, Avina is the virtual guide for the Citadel. Feel free to access the terminal yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What's your name? What do you do here?
My name is Safiria. I'm the administrative assistant for the
But, yeah.
embassies.
Oh, I mean, I would imagine. I'm trying to get the age group wise. Yeah, probably definitely something 10 next month.
You seem to be distracted.
The embassies are the hub of all Citadel politics. When you represent trillions of citizens, it tends to get a little busy.
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
Avina.
Greetings and welcome to the Presidium. My name is Avina, and I am pleased to be your virtual guide throughout this level of the Citadel space station.
Virtual
what does
guide.
That mean?
I am a fully interactive virtual intelligence.
Blah,
programmed
blah,
to
blah,
provide
blah, blah,
spontaneous
blah.
guidance at predetermined locations of interest throughout this level of the Citadel. I may also be contacted through any of the Presidium VI terminals.
Probably not.
Should you require assistance.
Give me the tour.
You are standing at
The world will
Presidium
be still like
Tourism Terminal
socially
1.
distancing mass
side
in
of
the
this
UK
lobby
especially.
are
We're
the
probably going to
embassies
keep
of
them till the end of
various
the year.
Citadel races, along with CSEC headquarters. On the far
least
end of
towards the
this
end of the year.
level, you can see the Citadel Tower, where the council meets regularly to
I mean, said
discuss
I know
matters
that
of
there's a couple
interstellar
of
importance.
conventions, like Comic-Cons, that are planned for the end of the year here, so they're crossing their fingers with that one.
I want to know more about Citadel security.
Citadel security serves as law enforcement for all regions of the Citadel, though the majority of officers serve in the wards. Executor Palin, a Turian, is the current head of CSEC, but individuals from virtually every species
UK
across
is
Citadel
currently
space serve as officers beneath him.
3 o'clock
If
in
you
the
wish to
afternoon.
learn more, Executor Palin's office is located in the CSEC headquarters just across the lobby.
Tell me about the embassies.
Each species in Citadel space important enough to be consulted on matters of galactic politics maintains an embassy on the Presidium. The Volus were the first non-council species to be granted an embassy, roughly 2,384
How about you, Yesu? Where in the
galactic
world are you?
standard years ago. As Citadel space has expanded, more embassies have been added. The most recently added embassy belongs to your own species, humanity. It was added 19 galactic standard years ago, despite some rather vocal
Oh yeah, time zones are so wacky. Because like afternoon for me is like super early in the morning for America, and then like super late in the evening for like in the East. The inverse is true too. I can never catch some people's streams. Yeah, I know you feel. Either like they're streaming when you're still sleeping, or Southeast Asia. Cool. Yeah, so like super late in the evening for you then.
Why were people trying to keep my species out?
Some species felt humanity was given preferential treatment. It often takes a century or more before a new species is granted an embassy. The Council gave a great deal of thought to this matter. In the end, they
8
decided
p.m.
humanity's impact on Citadel space was significant
So
enough
5
to
hours ahead.
warrant
Okay.
an embassy.
How come the Volus were the first species given an embassy?
In the early years following the formation of the Council, the Volus were, apart from the Asari and Solarians, the most populous and widespread species in Citadel space. They established many new colonies and trading outposts, and they petitioned the Council for a greater role in determining interstellar policy.
It means you're able to see more
In
VTubers in a day, you
recognition
know.
of their work to expand interstellar
yeah, sure.
trade and establish a standardized galactic economy, the Volus were granted an embassy here on the Citadel.
That's about that thing is like some people stream mornings, some people stream evenings. If you're like watching most of the day, then you'll see loads of people in different time zones. It's really awesome.
Why weren't they made a council race?
The council races have extensive
It's like VTubing, streaming in general. It
They
just
must provide
lets you meet
personnel
people
and
from around the
ships for
world.
Citadel fleets.
Great. Oop.
They often provide
I'll probably turn off my
economic aid in times of disaster.
alerts on my Xbox.
It would be unfair to demand such an enormous burden of a species unable to meet these obligations. The embassies allow lesser species to have a voice on the Citadel.
That's pretty damn arrogant.
I apologize if my personality has offended you. Please submit all formal complaints in writing to the Citadel Tourist and Visitor Board.
Do you know anything about specters?
The term Spectre is derived from the branch of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance.
Occasionally see
Each
the rare
Spectre
people in
agent
towns
is
and they're usually
handpicked
awake.
by the Council.
Yeah, sometimes like
Their
I'll
primary
well
role
stay
is
up
preserving galactic
like
stability and resolving volatile
the
situations
wee hours of the morning
that cannot be handled through normal political
with
channels.
streams.
In this role, they
Sometimes.
are granted
Try not to do it too
extraterritorial
often.
rights and jurisdictions. Spectres answer to no law or authority
Gather
except
energy
the
from being around
Council
people,
itself.
so VTubing is super healthy for me at least. That's a good thing, I think. It's definitely, for me, it's been like a way of,
What can you tell me about the Citadel Council?
you know, when you're an introvert,
The council consisted of
you tend to be quite,
representatives from the
I can be
Asari
very
and
shut in.
Solarians, the
Like,
two dominant species
it allows me
in
to be me,
Citadel
and just
space.
chat away.
Roughly 1,304 galactic standard years ago, Turians were invited to join the Council in recognition of the role they played during the Krogan Rebellion. Since then, the three Council races have worked together to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the galactic community, while preserving individual autonomy for each species.
Sounds too perfect.
It can't be as simple as that. There must be problems somewhere in the system.
I am not programmed to make that kind of qualified judgment. My code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations.
Oh no, I get that. Like, being an introvert, you're happy to do your own thing,
Thank you for using Aviva.
but
Please enjoy your
we
visit
also
to the
like to talk to everyone as well. But let's go to the council. Sprinting. Dad said some big cute ledgers together. Yep, I get it. Because introverts, we don't tend to talk to people as often. Just because it's part of our personality. Keeper.
Look at that bug thing over there. What's it doing?
Please do not disturb the keepers. Welcome to Presidium
keepers.
Tourism Terminal 2. You are standing near the base of the Citadel Tower, one of the Presidium's most recognizable and important structures. Behind me is the spectacular relay monument, a
Remember to set
scale
up
model
correctly.
representation of a Prothean mass relay. To your left is one of the keepers, the enigmatic caretakers of the Citadel, working on a control panel. You may see keepers involved in various tasks throughout all levels of the Citadel. We ask that you do not interfere with them in any way. The keepers are essential
Don't
to the
interfere with
smooth
keepers, they're very
operation of the
introverted.
Citadel. Obstructing their daily work will result in harsh penalties, including incarceration and rehabilitation.
Tell me about the relay monument.
Discovered by the Asari who first arrived at the Citadel, the relay monument is one of the station's most interesting and controversial features.
Controversial?
What is the meaning behind this striking piece of art? Is it a tribute to Prothean vanity? A reminder of their conquest of the galaxy through mass relay technology? Or perhaps it is a symbol of unity, a Prothean acknowledgement that the relays would eventually lead other species here to the Citadel. No one can say for sure, making the relay monument a favorite topic of discussion among academics and scholars.
Tell me about the Citadel Tower.
Housing both the council
Tell me about the
chambers
tower.
and Citadel control, the tower is one of the most important buildings on the station. Access to these areas is restricted to those with the appropriate clearance.
What happens
Citadel
to Citadel
Control.
Control?
Citadel Control handles all incoming and outbound transit. Every ship within 2,000 kilometers of the Citadel is under the jurisdiction of Citadel Control.
2,000
At
kilometers.
peak capacity, they are responsible for
Quite far.
monitoring upwards of 1,000 vessels.
I'd like to hear more about the Council chambers.
The business of the Council, which often has far-reaching effects on the galactic community, is conducted in a room at the apex of the Citadel Tower. The Council chambers themselves are truly a magnificent sight to behold, though few get to experience the view in person. Typically,
Well,
only the
luckily for me, I'm going
counselors,
right there.
ambassadors, and high-ranking officials, along with various support staff, are allowed access.
Not open to the
What
public.
if someone has business with the council?
The average citizen must go through the proper channels if they wish an audience with the council. This is usually arranged through their respective ambassadors. Even then, few are given access to the actual council chambers. In most cases, the ambassador acts on behalf of the citizen.
Well, I've been asked to go
I'm
there.
scheduled to have an audience with the council.
Only a handful of visitors to the Citadel are ever granted that privilege. I would be jealous, but that is outside the scope of my programming.
I'd like to know more about the Keepers.
Little is known about these peaceful servants of the Citadel, though they are essential to the operation and maintenance of the entire station. Citadel regulations protect the Keepers against interference during the performance of their tasks. Failure to comply will result in harsh penalties. Keepers can be seen in all
Harsh
sections
penalties?
of the Citadel, but are typically found
What would they
in and
do
around
if we
the
disrupted
tower.
them?
Any particular reason there are so many Keepers in this area?
The Keepers do not communicate with other species. It is assumed, however, that the tower houses the Citadel's primary control systems.
Well,
Many
that's
of the
just...
station's systems, such
Imagine
as
people
navigation and
working
life
and
support,
living on a
function
space station
automatically. It is
and
believed
knowing
the
nothing
Keepers
about it.
operate those systems from inside the tower's inaccessible core. The Keepers also make frequent appearances in the council chamber itself, though they appear to be just passing through on their way to some other destination.
That's all for now.
Thank you for using Avina. Have
Ooh,
a
level up.
pleasant day.
Squad. I'm going to put 2 more points into here. And then... a marksman. That would have a lot of dampening. Tactical armor, probably a good idea actually. Ashley. Upgrade our combat armor. And point into soldier and assault rifle. And for Caden, definitely get a point into sentinel. And into throw. And maybe we'll also boost his throw and his barrier. Why not? To the tower. Mass Effect's
The council isn't going to ask me.
infamous
I doubt it.
lifts.
Now we just have to trust Ambassador Udina.
No, we don't, sir.
Whoa, that was a lot faster. In the original game, you would actually literally, after they had their conversation, you'd sit there for literally 2 minutes while it loaded.
Saren's hiding something. Give me more time. Stall them.
Stall the council. Don't be ridiculous. Your investigation is over, Garrus.
Garrus, you look great.
Commander Shepard, Garrus Vicarian. I was the officer in charge of the CSEC investigation into Saren.
No worries.
Who were you just talking to?
That was Executor Palin, head of Citadel Security, my boss. He'll be presenting my findings on Saren to the council.
What did you
Come across
find?
Anything I should know about?
Saren's a Spectre. Most of his activities are classified. I couldn't find anything solid. But I know he's up to something. Like you humans say, I feel it in my gut.
I think the council's ready for us, Commander.
Oh,
Good luck, Shepard. Maybe they'll listen to you.
dead cat. That's not great. That would definitely spook any ammo. What kind of dog do you have?
Don't be ridiculous. The Volus won't be joining the council for years.
I'm not so sure. The humans are making a strong push, and you can bet the Volus will be around.
Captain?
The hearing's already started. Come on.
The Geth attack is a matter of some concern, but there is nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way.
Sometimes you might actually hear our dog bark occasionally in the background. We have a bearded border collie. She's crazy.
We've read the Eden Prime reports, Ambassador. The testimony of one traumatized dock worker is hardly compelling proof.
I resent these accusations. Nihilus was a fellow Spectre and a friend.
That just let you catch him off guard.
Captain Anderson, you always seem to be involved when humanity makes false charges against me. And this must be your protege, Commander Shepard, the one who let the beacon get destroyed.
How did you get involved?
The mission to Eden Prime was top secret. The only way you could know about the beacon was if you were there.
With Nihilus gone, his files passed on to me. I read the Eden Prime report. I was unimpressed. But what can you expect from a human?
Insults,
Saren
typical.
despises humanity. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Your species needs to learn its place, Shepard. You're not ready to join
Rude.
the Council. You're not even ready to join the Spectres. He has no right to say that. That's not his decision.
Shepard's admission into the Spectres is not the purpose of this meeting.
This meeting has no purpose. The humans are wasting your time, Counselor, and mine.
You arrogant bastard.
You can't hide behind the Council forever.
There is still one outstanding issue. Commander Shepard's vision. It may have been triggered by the beacon.
Are we allowing dreams into evidence now? How can I defend my innocence against this kind of testimony?
I agree. Our judgment must be based on facts and
Oh no, I had a bad dream.
not wild imaginings and reckless speculation.
Do you have anything else to add, Commander Shepard?
You won't see the
You've
truth.
made your decision. I won't waste my breath.
The Council has found no evidence of any connection between Saren and the Geth. Ambassador, your petition to have him disbarred from the Spectres is denied.
I'm glad to see justice was served.
Just because there's no evidence doesn't mean it's true.
This meeting is adjourned.
I've noticed my avatar likes to smile whenever I take a drink.
It was a mistake bringing you into that hearing, Captain. You and Saren have too much history. It made the Council question our motives.
I know, sir. He's working with the Geth for one reason. To exterminate the entire human race. Every colony we have is at risk. Every world we control is in danger. Even Earth isn't safe.
How do you know
Tell me about
Saren?
this history between you and Saren.
I worked with him on a mission a long time ago. Things went bad. Real bad. We shouldn't talk about this here. But I know what he's like. And he has to be stopped.
Now
What's
what?
our next step?
As a Spectre, he's virtually untouchable. We need to find some way to expose him.
What about Garrus, that CSEC investigator? We saw him arguing with the Executor.
That's right. He was asking for more time to finish his report. Seems like he was close to finding something on Saren.
Any idea where we could find him?
I have a contact in CSEC who can help us track Garrus down. His name is Harkin.
Forget it.
Harkin?
They suspended Harkin last month, drinking on the job.
Yeah,
I won't waste
Harkin's
my
an
time
ass.
with that loser.
You won't have to. I don't want the Council using your past history with Saren as an excuse to ignore anything we turn up. Shepard will handle this.
You can't just cut Captain Anderson out of this investigation.
The ambassador's right. I need to step aside.
Yeah, don't be so
I
rude to
need
Captain
take care
Anderson.
of some business. Captain, meet me in my office later.
Harkin's probably getting drunk at Cora's Den. It's a dingy little club in the lower section of the wards.
Feeling stressed tonight. Feeling stressed tonight, dude, but I'm glad that your stream come back to. Oh, no worries. I'm glad I can brighten anyone's day.
Maybe there's another way to find evidence against Saren.
You should talk to Barla Vaughn over in the financial district. Rumor has it he's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
The Shadow Broker?
Oh, no.
An information dealer.
Luna sounds
Buys
unhappy.
and sells secrets to the highest bidder. I've heard Barla Vaughn's one of the top representatives. He might know something about Saren, but his information won't come cheap.
Ooh.
You and Saren have a history. What happened?
About 20 years ago.
20 years
I
ago,
was part
damn.
of a mission in the Skillian Verge. I was working with Saren to find and remove a known terrorist threat. Saren eliminated his target.
Yeah, like.
But a lot of people died
Oh,
along
thanks.
the way. Innocent people. And the official records just covered it all up. But I saw how he operates. No conscience. No hesitation. He'd kill 1,000 innocent civilians to end a war without a second thought.
So would I.
Killing innocents doesn't end wars. It causes them.
I know how the world works, Commander. Sometimes you're forced to make unpleasant decisions. But only if there's no other way. Saren doesn't even look for another option. He's twisted, broken. He likes the violence, the killing. And he knows how to cover his tracks.
Like the violence, the killing.
Our ambassador doesn't seem to get along with the council.
He's just frustrated. The council's always preaching that we need to be part of the galactic community. But for them, it's a one-way street. They want us to expand and settle unstable regions like the Skillian Verge and the Attican Traverse. But when we run into trouble, they don't want to help us out.
If you weren't low brain injury right now, you told this game for its writing. Ah. Yeah, BioWare games are really good for writing.
Rather than later. And I agree.
Maybe they'd let us join the council if we were more willing to cooperate with the other species.
Of course they would. If we did everything they told us to, they'd love to have us on the council. But it wouldn't be much of a deal for us. I understand their side. They don't want us dominating the council. It's founded on cooperation and alliances. But we have to look out for our own interests too.
I mean, any BioWare game has really, really good storytelling.
You don't think much of Harkin.
One time you went through the Mortal
The guy
Kombat
joined
dialogue
CSEC
cutscenes, even
about
though
20
no.
years ago.
Wow, okay,
He's been an
fair.
embarrassment to our species ever since.
Actually, Mortal Kombat is one of those games that actually has
Bribery accusations, alcohol,
surprising
drug
amount of
use.
lore behind it.
The embassy used
I
to
barely know
step
anything
in
about
when
it
that
because I've barely played it.
But I
But
guess enough was enough.
I thought this embassy was supposed to help humans.
Harkin may be human, but he's also an ass. He's had more than his share of chances. If the embassy wasn't protecting him, he would have been fired 15 years ago. CSEC is better off without him.
I want to know more about the Spectres.
They're not your typical government agency. They tend to work alone, behind the scenes. They take care of problems the Council can't. It's not easy preserving peace across an entire galaxy. The Council prefers to use diplomacy and negotiation. But sometimes more extreme measures are needed.
How do they decide who becomes a Spectre?
probably
You
totally
can't just apply to join. There's no training.
Yeah, that was good dishing
Spectres
out
aren't
one-liners.
made.
The one-liners are
They're
usually pretty
born.
good, yeah.
The Council's always looking for exceptional individuals. People who can get the job done. Like you. They've been watching you for years. They see something in you. They want you on their side. Nihilus was supposed to give them a final recommendation. But with him gone, things are still up in the air.
What's their command structure like?
There is no command structure. Each Spectre answers directly to the Council. Sometimes they're sent on specific missions. Other times, they act on their own. They tend to operate outside the law, do whatever it takes to accomplish their goals. The Council just turns a blind eye. Spectres have a lot of power, Shepard.
Is
They
it
sound
legal?
like shadow operatives.
Everything about them is classified. We don't even know how many there are. The latest Alliance estimate puts their numbers under 100. But the Council couldn't do its job without them. They're the Citadel's top agents, the last line of defense, the final option before open war. The entire
Send in
galaxy
an
respects
operative
and fears them.
where you
If a
can
Spectre shows
deny
up,
they're there.
You know something big is about to happen.
What happens when a Spectre goes rogue? Like Saren.
It doesn't happen often. The Council is careful when they select their candidates. But when something does go wrong, there's usually only one solution. Send another Spectre to bring the rogue agent down.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
He's a necessary
Shadow
evil in galactic
Broker.
politics. Buying and selling information is a part of the game. And the Shadow Broker just happens to be the best player on the field. Always sells to the highest bidder. Doesn't get involved in politics. Doesn't pick sides. A simple system, but it works. He's not a threat to anyone, not directly.
You want to be an information
Just a resource
person.
we can use
You don't
to
choose
explore the
sides. You choose
Or maybe
money.
they are. Nobody really knows.
Tell me about Barlavon.
He specializes in moving large sums of money without leaving a paper trail. A
Large
financial
sums of money,
genius
you say?
Doesn't do anything illegal, but he knows all the loopholes. He's got an impressive client list. Ambassadors, diplomats, specters. That's probably why the Shadow Broker uses him.
I should go.
Good luck, Shepard.
Right.
I'll be over in the ambassador's office if you need anything else.
Let's go find evidence on the Saren. Journal. Barlavon Financial Districts. Lower wards. I'm going to get Saren. Go. And oh, I forgot we're off to the side there. Yeah.
That guy's up to something.
What guy?
The one over by the Keeper.
You there? What are you doing?
What? Oh, no, I wasn't. Never mind. Yes, is there something you want?
Following the Keepers?
Why are you so interested in the Keepers?
Keepers? I've got no interest in the...
Don't get coy. I know what I saw.
I'm not so sure I should be talking to you about this.
We're just talking. Is there something wrong with that?
No. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I'm using a small scan.
I don't know, it could.
On the Keepers. So far I've had mixed results. I find it difficult to get near the creatures.
Thank you. I quite like looking too. So that definitely improvement over the first one I used. Because like I always thought Vroids are like difficult to customize. I feel well, if you're so because all texture scales, which I don't really have. But you know, I love that both you can buy stuff and then just mix and match to make your own outfit.
Why were you being so secretive about it, though?
Quite happy with it.
Technically, we're not supposed to disturb the Keepers. I don't really think...
So one day I'd like to have the facial animations of like Eye Candy has.
But it's not really worth getting
that tracking is
over.
so awesome. Yeah, I think the limited, or a bit limited for male stuff, I think.
I could help you out. I'm not worried about the authorities.
I don't even know who you are.
I'm Commander Shepard with the Alliance military.
That means that there are some really good
Well, I suppose I could use the
artists
help.
on both for doing
Yes.
outfits.
It's the scanning device I developed. Activated each
And
time
like,
you see a Keeper.
oh, they're
All
so good.
collected data will
Some people
automatically
just are
upload to
really,
my
really good for
database.
making
I'll even
outfits
send
for
a few
MP
credits
rights.
your way for each unique scan.
What are you doing with the data once you've scanned it?
Trying to learn whatever I can about the Keepers. We see them working everywhere.
I actually have a
but we know
link
so little about them.
down in the About section to all the artists I
I wanna know
used
what makes
for
them
my
tick.
outfit.
I should get going then.
Yes, I have much work myself. So long, and good luck with the scanning.
There's a keeper there. Sure, there's a keeper over here. No, it's the other side I'm thinking of. There should be one up at the council area, I think. I have to do this via memory. There, keeper. I see you. That little garden down there. On this side? I don't know. Let's look. If we head over here, Rear Admiral Kako.
Commander.
Admiral. Another keeper there. There's not a keeper around here somewhere. I think. Ah, there they are. 3D stuff's complicated to you, just how to draw. No, I get that. I'm like the opposite. Though, because like I'd say I'm decent at 3D, but I'm terrible at 2D. I just can't draw the same myself. Your friend's a PNG. That's fair. I suppose like doing a PNG, turning it into like a live 2D, I think it's like fairly complicated. Though I suppose people do commissions for rigging, so you always look into that. I use Vroid because it's like Vroid's like super easy to get into, I think. Because you don't really need to have skills for Vroid. You can just like, you know, go in booth and like buy bits and bobs. Though I need to kind of practice my own 3D skills because I've not been doing it since I left university. And maybe one day I'll build a full custom model, but you know, I was never good with characters. Because it helps have a laptop outside as a gamer PC. Yeah, having an avatar, like avatars are like trying to stream a game and run an avatar at the same time. That is very taxing. Because whenever I've tried running, playing, especially newer games on the PC and streaming, plus the avatar, it's really taxing on the computer. Why I prefer to use a capture card on my Xbox. That way the PC can just do the avatar and the stream.
You should be more tolerant. It's just trying to express its beliefs.
I am not unreasonable. The Hanar is free to spew its nonsense once it purchases an evangelical permit.
Evangelical permit?
So if the Hanar gets a permit, it's allowed to preach?
No. Registered evangelicals must follow regulations. There are specific areas where preaching is legal. Failure to follow the regulations results in the forfeiture of the license.
Yeah, this is one of those little things.
What's the purpose behind the evangelical permits?
Forcing religious evangelicals to register for a permit
don't put yourself down. Like, a lot of people love art streams. And art drawing is a really amazing, there's a lot of talent involved there. Like, I cannot draw to save myself. Like, everything you see is everything I spent money on some form. I can only make small adjustments.
Why don't you just arrest the Hanar?
I could arrest the jelly, but my superior has requested that I find a solution that does not anger the Hanar. The Hanar become vocal when they feel their religious beliefs are being suppressed.
If you'd like, I could talk to the Hanar for you.
I have argued with the stubborn jelly all afternoon. You are certainly welcome to try.
Yeah, definitely respect your drawing.
Do you desire to learn of the Enkindlers? Or has
drawing is an art form that's
CSEC
just
officer enlisted assistance?
Takes a lot of skill to do.
Why is the CSEC officer harassing you? The CSEC officer requests that this one purchase an evangelical permit to spread the truth of the Enkindlers. If that's all the CSEC officer wants, why not just buy the permit? The truth of the Enkindlers is universal. This one humbly believes that the truth
Burnt
should
out and
not
commissioned,
be
now you
suppressed.
want. Oh, yeah, I suppose that would definitely burn you out.
Exacting payment as a means of imposing limits upon the truth is an abrogation of this one's religious freedom.
If you do a lot of commissions, then you should definitely like consider upping your prices then, because if you're popular enough that people want you, then you have to value you yourself. Because, yeah, if people want you for commissions, they clearly know your yard's good.
So you're breaking the law by preaching without a permit right now? The CSEC officer states that preaching in this place is forbidden, and preaching anywhere on the Citadel requires a permit. This one humbly submits that it is not preaching to state the truth of the Enkindlers, and thus no permit should be necessary. Who are the Enkindlers?
The Enkindlers.
Your people know them as the Protheans. They are the true creators of this one's people. The Enkindlers raised the Hanar from ignorance into consciousness by granting
How
this
could
one's
lie
people
May
the
just
gift
feels
of speech.
cursed because so much passive happens. Oh. Well, hopefully I can at least cheer you up a little bit on the stream. And then hopefully the next month goes a lot better for you.
Is this really how you want to represent the Enkindlers? The truth of the Enkindlers must be made known. They gave the Hanar language and gave the universe the mass relays.
The mass relays.
This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to cause trouble.
Oh no, I don't have enough of either of those to get it.
I'll be back.
Come back to him later. I don't want to buy his permit for him.
This one will continue to spread its message.
Here's to a good rest of May. It's like Mass Effect Legendary Edition. It's a good start for better May. Barlavon.
What's this? One of the Earth Clan. Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called Shepherd.
Yes, I am.
It's a great honor to welcome the heroes of the Blitz.
You're spying on me.
I don't like strangers keeping tabs on me.
Forgive me, Earth Clan. My name is Barlavon. My job makes it necessary for me to keep informed. I am a financial advisor to many important
And those
clients here on
networking.
the
Love
Citadel.
people, love it. See, networking is the
Someone
area where I'm
himself
terrible
arrives
at
on
it.
the station. I take notice.
Like, it's an area I need to improve upon.
I've heard you work for the Shadow Broker. Do you
Yeah,
have
what
any
looks like a
information
dog.
about Saren?
You're very blunt, Shepherd.
It kind of does a bit, yeah.
I am an agent for the Shadow Broker, and I do know
Like
something
a
about
big
Saren.
droopy looking dog. Yeah.
I hear your information can be expensive.
Normally, this information would cost a small fortune, but these are exceptional circumstances.
Information for free?
So I am going to give it to you for free.
What's the catch?
There is no catch. The Shadow Broker is quite upset with Saren right now. They used to do a lot of business until Saren turned on him.
Wolverine's helmet melts. What a shock.
Saren's turned on a lot of people lately.
I don't know the details, but the Shadow Broker hired a freelancer to deal with it. A Krogan mercenary.
Anything else?
That's not much to go on.
I just told you that the most famous specter in the galaxy betrayed the Shadow Broker. Quite a bargain, considering the price. Speak with the Krogan if you want to learn more. I heard he was paying a visit to Citadel Security.
I'm getting better at it, though.
If you hurry, you might catch him before he leaves the Academy.
Isn't it strange that a Krogan would want to speak with CSEC?
Very. However, I doubt the visit was entirely his choice. You'll need to speak with him if you want to know more.
Tell me more about your job.
Galactic finance is incredibly complex. A mix of laws and regulations from dozens of interstellar economies. I'm an expert in how all these economies interact. For a fee, I share my expertise.
Aha.
I also offer premium services
So
for those clients who need someone to conduct business without
He's
drawing
an expert in the
unwanted
stock
attention.
markets. He's an asshole,
Discreet
basically.
and efficient. That's my motto.
Yeah, like a couple of VTubers I talked to.
Sounds pretty shady.
Everything I do falls completely.
Oh yeah,
within
I
the
always go
bounds
for the
of
chill
interstellar
vibe.
commerce law.
It's like
Even
some people
so,
have like
many
the
of
super
my
energetic
clients
vibe,
would prefer their
which for me, fun to watch,
transactions
but not my vibe.
For
I
example,
like being
suppose
chill.
a Hanar ambassador was petitioning the council to reduce tariffs on Hanar goods. How would it look if he had
For
money
me, it's all about
invested
having the
in a Hanar
relaxing,
exporting
just
company?
somewhere nice and chill for everyone to relax.
Even if his true motives were to help his people, he would be accused of advancing the petition for his own personal gain. I can keep his personal finances private.
Still sounds shady to me.
Then we can only hope he will never be cursed with a large enough fortune to require my services.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
Most people think I deal in finances.
Yeah, like
but
the energy,
my real
or lack of.
currency is knowledge. I trade information.
Like,
and
yay,
it has
energy,
made me
or lack of
very
energy.
wealthy. But the Shadow Broker is the true master.
Yeah,
Every
like some
day
people can
he
be
buys and
energetic all the
sells
time.
secrets that could topple governments.
Other people are just like,
always giving them
eh.
to the highest bidder. Yet somehow we never seem
All depends
to
on your mood, I
upset
guess.
the natural balance of power.
If you're
All
like in
those
a hyper
secrets
mood,
being
you want
passed
something
around
hyper.
seem to
If you're in
even
like
out.
more of a chill mood, you want something
Nobody
chill.
ends up with an advantage in the end.
Any guess what his identity might be?
I don't know. Nobody does. The Shadow Broker could be any race, any gender. I have a theory that it's actually an entire group working under one identity. How else could they juggle so many contacts at the same time? How else could they keep all that information from getting crossed? But they've got the perfect setup. Every government
perfect
is forced
setup.
to play their game so they don't get behind. But no matter how long you play, no matter how many secrets you buy,
You see words and feelings follow. I feel that. I feel it.
I thought you'd know more about the man you work for.
That's all we do.
Time to time I come across
just
information I
do our
sell
own
to the
little
Shadow
thing, see where it
Broker.
goes.
That's my only involvement. I like it that way. The more you know, the more dangerous the game becomes. I don't like danger, Commander. I'll leave that to you.
The more you know, the more dangerous words. The more you know, the more dangerous the game becomes. But knowing is half the battle.
What's it like living here on the Citadel?
The station is without a doubt the greatest wonder in the galaxy. It is a technological marvel, but its true splendor goes much deeper than the hull and engines. From the Presidium to the wards, the entire station is a testament to the
English is
success
a hard
of the
thing to speak.
Council.
Yep.
All the species of Citadel spaced together in a
It's like,
single
I applaud
strong
anyone
unity.
that can do more than one language, because English is my native language. But it is hard as it is.
What makes the Presidium so special?
It is the political center of Citadel space.
Words be
80%
hard.
of all intelligent species in the known galaxy acknowledge the Council's authority on interstellar matters. But only the most powerful and influential species have embassies here on the Presidium. This level of the station is reserved for the elite, Shepard. People like us.
No worries. Yes, sir. Glad you enjoyed your time. Feel free to drop by anytime. And have a good night. Thank you for the follow. Hope to see you again soon.
What are the wards like?
The cultural heart of the galaxy. They pulse with the lifeblood of millions of citizens from dozens of different species. You never know what you'll find down in the wards, Commander. It's always full of surprises. Fortunately, most of them are pleasant.
I should go.
You got all the info we need?
Goodbye, Commander.
Goodbye, Darth Vader. The market and stuff. Shopkeeper.
Ah, human.
Ah,
this
human.
one is greatly pleased to see you here in my decadent emporium.
Decadent Emporium.
This one's face name is Delaninder, though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan.
Hello, Dylan.
Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be disappointed.
Standard items. Few items. If you got a license. Bye.
Welcome to Presidium Tourism Terminal 3. Here in the financial district, a number of businesses offer various goods and services to their exclusive clientele. The
Exclusive
statue
clientele, you
before
say?
you was commissioned to honor the Krogan soldiers who gave their lives to protect Citadel space during the Rachni Wars. In the aftermath of the Krogan rebellions, several embassies petitioned to have the statue removed. However, this motion was eventually quashed by the Council.
Krogan
Tell me more
rebellions.
about the Krogan rebellions.
In recognition of their efforts during the Rachni Wars, the Krogan were granted several new colony worlds by the Council. Over the next 400 years, the Krogan species began to expand. Blessed with an extremely high birth rate, their numbers began to swell. Faced with a critical overpopulation crisis, the Krogan started a violent colonization of nearby worlds inhabited by other Council species. The Krogan rebellions had begun.
Oh dear.
For a full century, the Council and its member species fought to bring the Krogan under control. With the aid of the newly discovered Turian Empire, they were ultimately successful.
You needed the Krogan to stop the Rachni. Then you needed the Turians to stop the Krogan. So who's gonna stop the Turians?
I am sorry, but that question is beyond my programming parameters. The Turians are members of the Citadel Council. They are not a threat to galactic peace.
Why did the Council fight so hard to keep the statue?
The Krogan were instrumental in saving the galaxy from the Rachni threat. The Council believed this historical fact should not be forgotten.
Yeah,
The
good.
Council also hoped that preserving the memorial would improve
They should also
diplomatic
remember-
relations with the Krogan and bring about a peaceful resolution to the rebellions. Unfortunately, the Krogan
You say
refused to
peaceful.
negotiate and only surrendered after their population and homeworlds had been ravaged by the Turians.
Well.
Sounds like they got what they deserved.
I am sorry, but a value judgment of that nature goes beyond my programming.
What were
Rachni
the Rachni
Wars.
Wars?
Nearly
Of course,
2200
the
years
Krogan
ago,
weren't merely
explorers seeking
beaten
to
back the
expand
Turians.
Citadel space opened up
They were
mass
also
relays leading to systems controlled
pretty much
by the
genetically
Rachni.
sterilized.
A highly intelligent and aggressive insect race. The Rachni
Solarians made a bioweapon. Turians released it, and now the Krogan have a very, very low
The
birth
emergence
rate as
of
a
the
result.
Krogan finally turned the tide in favor of the Citadel species. Krogan forces provided the numbers necessary to halt the Rachni advance and drive them back. The Krogan then pursued their retreating fleets. Able to survive the harsh environments of the Rachni homeworlds, the Krogan hunted their enemy to extinction.
little
Was it
extreme.
really necessary to wipe them out?
I am sorry, but a value judgment of that nature goes beyond my programming.
That's all for now.
Yeah. Let's go.
Thank you for
Enough about
using
programming.
Arena. Have a pleasant day.
Keeper. Consorts there, yeah.
I've had my office rearranged 5 times now. 5 times.
Hello.
Welcome. I am Nailina. I don't recognize you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to
What kind of
see when the
clientele do
console
you
will be
have
able to
here?
meet with you?
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with
They've
you.
certainly improved the shading on the Azari. There's something on their body is more did not notice in the old game.
Commander Shepard, with the Alliance Navy.
Excellent. You should hear something in 3 or 4 months.
Nobody's worth that much of a wait.
Well, that's not for me to judge. I have your name and you'll be contacted. Is there anything else?
What do you do here, Nolina?
I'm one of
A little
the
bit of
consort's
shadowing
acolytes.
down there.
Many of the people here today will
in the
not
gap
see
in the
the
dress.
consort, but they expect
Don't
to be
remember that in the
attended
original
to just
version.
the same.
That little
It's
shadow.
our job to ensure that they leave contented.
What exactly do you attend to?
Attend to.
Each acolyte has her unique abilities. Some soothe with song, others with conversation.
So this
As
is a
much
cabaret?
as possible, we
Is that
seek to
cabaret? Is that
match
the correct
the
word?
needs of our clients to the skills of our acolytes. My specialty is touch. My fingertips can find
Ooh.
every tension point in your body and relieve it.
Oh my.
I'd like to try out your services.
Excellent. I'll add you to our client list. We should be able to see you in 3 or 4 months.
In 3 or 4
What
months.
is the consort? What does she do?
It's
Hell, the
difficult
waiting
to
list, huh?
explain. She's many things to many people, and something different for
Like
each.
base dark out there.
Some seek her for advice, some for entertainment, others still for pleasure. Most of the time, our clients won't realize what they were seeking until after she has provided it for them.
You make her sound
Mystical?
like some kind of oracle.
No, not in the usual sense. She's merely a woman with remarkable compassion and a generous spirit. I suggest you make an appointment and see for yourself.
I think I'm done here.
Oh, well, I hope
Goodbye.
you'll return again in the future. We always enjoy seeing new clients.
Nalina,
Yes, Shaira?
send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak with him.
Yes, of course, mistress.
Hello there.
Huh. It appears the consort has taken
Anyway.
notice of you. She'd like to meet with you now.
What does she want to see me for?
I don't know. You'll have to ask her yourself. Just head upstairs.
Did
She'll
she
be
just wink
waiting
at
for
me?
you.
You're not Azari.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
Good for you. Or good for him. That's a cool bed. Is that a bed?
That is close enough, Commander. I've heard
Okie
a
doke.
great many things about you since your arrival here in our citadel.
You wanted to speak with me?
I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
What's up?
Tell me about this problem you're having.
I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out.
Oh.
Now he spends his days in Korra's
He
den,
wanted you to be
spreading
more
lies
than
about
just a
me.
friend.
If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be.
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy too much to go into the details. If he wishes to tell you what happened, that is his prerogative.
What exactly do you want me to tell him?
Appeal to a sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him to
Whoa,
stop
personal
spreading
space.
lies about me, I would be very grateful.
I'm grateful we're talking here.
Now I must ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
Moving on.
I have to admit, I'm a little nervous.
We need to go to CSEC or somewhere. Actually, not squad. Journal. General. Solve the dispute. Scan those 8 or 20 so far. Okay. So CSAC is that way. I want to go to the wards. Let's run. Shepard runs like a weirdo. I'll go find my bro, Gareth the Carrion. I forget how long the Citadel part takes. Again, I'm doing every single side quest, so that probably doesn't help.
Williams, you happy you signed on with Commander Shepard?
I'm not sure, Lieutenant. Every time I think I have a handle on things, the universe bank's hard to port.
Well, don't let anybody know. A big gun and a confident attitude will get you through a lot in life.
Do.
Do you really think we'll find him down here?
He always stops in for a few games of Quasar before he makes his drop.
Fist is gonna be pissed if we take down his supplier.
Doopy-doopy-doo. There's a keeper. Bring up 9 out of 10.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects.
That's not
Proponents
good.
of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply.
Oh, I'm
Many
going crazy.
colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected.
Of course they'll be protected. That's what the Alliance is meant to do. There's a keeper. Let's go find Garrus.
That's him.
Oh shit! Assassins! Got him. No doubt about it. Nice place. Harkin.
Alliance military.
You dumb bitch.
I could have been a Marine, you know. Instead, I joined the goddamn Citadel security. Biggest mistake of my life.
I'm looking for a C-Sec officer, a Turian named Garrus.
Garrus? You must be one of Captain Anderson's crew. Poor bastard, still trying to bring Saren down, eh?
Damn right we are.
I know where Garrus is, but you gotta tell me something first. Did the captain let you in on his big secret?
What secret's
Is there
that?
something I should know about the captain?
The captain used to be a Spectre. Didn't know that, did you? It was all very hush-hush. The first human ever given that honor, and then he blew it. Screwed up his mission so bad they kicked him out. Of course, he blames Saren. Says the Turians set him up.
Oh, and
Why'd
wrong.
they kick him out?
Have to ask him. I never heard any of the details. Bet it's a good story, though. The heroes fall. Classic tragedy.
How do you know
You
this?
said they covered all this up. How'd you hear about it?
I spent 20 years working cases here on the Citadel. People on this station love to talk. Secrets are like herpes. If you got them, you might as well spread 'em around.
Disgusting.
You're a pig.
Just noticed that now, did you?
Just tell me where Garrus went.
Garrus was sniffing around Dr. Michelle's office. She runs the med clinic on the other side of the wards. Last I heard, he was going back there.
How well do you know Captain Anderson?
Met him a few times over the years. One of those hardcore military guys. Yes, sir. No, sir. Can't have any fun with a stick up your ass, sir. That's probably why he climbed the Alliance ranks so fast. The military loves brown nosers.
He earned his rank,
Captain's
bitch.
a good soldier.
Sure, whatever. Dress him in a fancy suit, pin some shiny medals on his chest, and call him a hero. Everybody else does. But if he's so great, why'd the Spectres kick him out? Why'd you go ask him about that?
You need to look in a mirror. Sober up and take some responsibility for yourself.
Damn right.
Save your sermons. This ain't no church.
What's it like working for CSEC?
You mean, what was it like?
Okay, what was it like, you
Suspended me without
scumbag?
pay. Recurring violations. CSEC was keeping a file on me. Can you believe that?
Yep, I can.
Every mistake I ever made went into the books. Get a little rough with a suspect, note in the file. Have a couple of drinks on duty, note in the file.
Note in file.
Skim a couple of credits off a drug bust, note in the file. It's a goddamn witch hunt.
You got off easy, if you ask me.
What the hell do you know? Working for CSEC isn't like being a Marine. People get pissed off if we shoot somebody. Investigations, inquiries, rules, regulations. Every day I plow through enough red tape to choke a rhino. That's how you
It's a lot of red tape.
to do this job. So don't talk to me about right and wrong. You soldiers got it easy.
You need to look in a mirror. Sober up and take
Oh,
some
that's just repeating himself.
responsibility
Okay.
for yourself.
Save your sermons. This ain't no church.
Garrus.
What do you know about Garrus?
Damn hothead is what he is. Still figures he can save the world. Always bucking heads with the Executor. He'll pay for it soon enough. The Executor loves to put us lowly field agents in our place. Just look what happened to me.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, good. Go. Let me drink in peace.
Since we're in a bar, I'm gonna go grab some more water. So I'll be right back. Boom, 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 boom. I thought I'd just leave the tunes going in the club. Ooh, so I put my chair in the right way. Always the thing, you were super comfy, then you leave to do something, and you come back and you have to get comfy again. There we go. Comfy-ish. Med clinic. I'll talk to Rex at some point as well. Kodak. Yeah, it's going. Yeah, I've got the Kodak actually.
50,000 years ago.
Yeah, there's audio. I've got that. Where's that? There he is, General Septimus.
Commander, what do you want?
I'm here on Shaira's behalf. Your lies are hurting her.
Good. Her lies have been killing me for days. I've seen a lot of horrible things in my days, and there's only one woman in this damn galaxy that helps me forget it.
So if you feel that way, then why spread lies about her?
Because she rejected me. Me! Septimus Oraka, General of the Turian Fleet.
Is she really worth it? There must be other women.
It's not just any woman I want. It's her, and her alone. Look, kid, I
He got friend zoned.
what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
Enjoy your drink, General.
Yeah, off you go. See you later, kid.
I don't feel right just leaving like this.
Don't waste your time, kid. Run away now while you still can.
You need to start acting like a general if you want to beat this.
I spent all
Yeah.
my life acting
Be a
like
general.
and what did it get me? Huh? No, those days are over. I'll just be what I am. A tired, lonely, worn-out soldier.
Do you really want to be remembered this way?
No, I'd rather not be remembered at all.
Fair.
But I see your point. So you think it's that easy? Just straighten up and act like a general?
I don't think it could hurt.
Huh. Maybe you're right, Commander. Shaira's worth the effort. Even if she won't have me back.
Glad to
This is
hear
no
it.
place for someone of your stature, General.
All right, I'll go to her after I've had a cold shower or two. Say, you're a bright kid.
Get a
Would
cold
you be
shower, huh?
interested in earning a few extra credits?
What do you want me to do?
There's an
Depends.
L-Corps diplomat out there who believes Shaira gave up his secrets.
Why does he think that?
Because I told him. Look, I just
Oops.
need you to convince him of the truth.
What makes you think he'll believe me?
You'll bring him proof. Take this data pad. It shows where I got my info. It will exonerate Shaira and convince the L-Corps.
Who am I taking it to, and where is he?
His name is Zaltan. He's an
Oh yeah, I spoke to that guy.
He's over in the embassies complaining about Shaira. Well, here's to soldiers acting like soldiers. Thanks, Commander. You know, you might make a good general yourself one day.
Foreshadowing.
Hard to imagine a general like that getting so upset about a woman.
That's because you don't understand women, kid.
Oh, Ashley with the burn.
Why didn't Captain Anderson tell us he used to be a Spectre?
Maybe it's not true. Harkin's an ass. Bet he's just messing with our heads.
Probably right.
Maybe.
Still, I'd like to hear what the captain has to say about all this.
Let's go find Garrus. Yeah, the stores are down here.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop.
Moorland's
You want
famous
any
shop.
supplies, yes?
Yes,
Let me see what you have.
I remember this guy.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good
You'll
things.
be
I
pleased,
have.
I think.
You'll see.
Standard items. Or just humans. Raptor. Buy the license. Have that stuff for later. Oh, I just realized where I am. Yep, there he is. Conrad Werner.
Is that really? Wow, it's you.
Conrad!
Commander Shepard, the hero of Eden Prime.
Did it change his
I am
outfit?
so honored to meet you.
It changed his outfit. He's wearing more military style.
Nice to meet you. And you are?
My name is Conrad.
Conrad Werner.
They say you killed more than 100 Geth on Eden Prime.
I just tried to help.
I spend most of the time trying to stay alive and help the colonists.
Hey, I know you're probably busy, but do you have time for a quick autograph?
I suppose. Maybe.
Here you go.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. My wife is going to be so impressed.
You're
I'll let you
married?
get
I
back
doubt
to
it.
work. But next time you're on Earth, I'd love to buy you a drink. Thanks again.
I was like, journal. Little fan. You've been approached by Conrad Werner. He seems to be a harmless fan. You probably haven't seen the last of him. Oh, we have not seen the last of him for sure. But he's harmless, really.
Hello, Earth Clan.
Expat.
No doubt you've just come back from the colonies. Will you be needing supplies?
What colonies are you talking about?
Oh, my mistake, Earth Clan. I assumed
If you assume, it makes an ass out of you and me.
Pharaohs? Novaria? Well, if you haven't heard of them yet, I'm sure you will soon. But it doesn't matter where you hail from. My goods are available to all.
What can you tell me about Novaria?
Tell me.
The corporate capital of the Attican Traverse. Very cold. Very snowy. I don't get too
Cold
many
and snowy.
clients from
I can
there.
do that.
They all have their own private suppliers.
I'd like to know more about Pharos.
It's an old Prothean world. Their buildings still litter the surface. The humans aren't the first to colonize it, but they are the most recent. I just realized I haven't heard from my contact on that planet for some time.
Well, that can't be good.
Well, I'm sure he's fine.
Show me what you've got.
Most
Show me
excellent.
what you've got.
I'm sure you will find something pleasing.
Another license.
Best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
I don't think you bought this here. I don't sell this model.
Look, I know it was you.
Oh, I remember this.
Really, that's impressive. Usually you humans can't tell one Turian from another.
This was the place. Now, are you gonna give me a refund or not?
Do you have your proof of purchase?
What? No, I don't think you ever gave me one.
I'm sorry, man. I can't help you.
But what do you...
Can't help you.
Ah, the life of customer service. Emily Wong.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard.
Yes.
I'm Emily Wong. I'm an investigative journalist working here on the Citadel. Could I have a moment of your time?
What do you need?
I've been hunting for evidence of corruption and organized
What do you want?
crime on the Citadel, but there are places I can't go. I was hoping you might share anything you find during your own investigation. I can make it worth your time.
How do you know that my investigation is going to uncover anything you need?
You wouldn't be investigating if it weren't big. And if it's big, it's something
Fair.
I'd like to hear about.
How do you know I'm investigating anything here on the Citadel?
I'm a good journalist, Commander Shepard. Word gets around.
You've got to
Sure.
have access to better sources. Why contact me?
I'm using every source I can find, but I think I've got a better shot with you. I've read your file. If anyone is going to uncover corruption here, it's the hero of the Skillian Blitz.
God damn it.
No promises. But if I find anything relating to your case, I'll inform you.
Thank you, Commander. You won't
No
regret it.
promises. Here's the thing. If you never make promises, you can never break a promise. Big brain. Grady.
Big place.
Yep.
That your professional opinion, sir?
This isn't a station. It's a city.
There must be millions here. It can't be possible to track everyone coming and going.
This makes Jump Zero look like a porta-john, and it's the largest deep space station the Alliance has.
Jump Zero is big, but this is a whole nother scale. Look at the ward arms. How do they keep all that mass from flying apart?
The Council represents more races than I thought. No wonder they're careful with newcomers.
They probably just want to keep everything running. It has to be hard keeping all these cultures working together.
True.
Or maybe they just don't like humans.
I've never seen this conversation before because I've never looked at that window with just these three.
Why not? We've got oceans, beautiful women, this emotion called love. According to the old vids, we have everything they want.
If you expect to get me in a tinfoil miniskirt and thigh-high boots, I want dinner first.
You're on.
Sir.
Enough, Chief.
Now I want to see that.
At ease, Lieutenant. Can't see her in a skirt anyway.
Damn straight you can't.
Ready to move out, sir.
Oh, that's funny. I've never seen that before in all the times I played this game. the tinfoil miniskirt and thigh highs? I don't kind of want to see Ashley in that now.
I didn't tell anyone, I swear.
That was smart, Doug. Now if Garrus comes around, you stay smart. Keep your mouth shut or we'll... Who are you? Let her go.
I'm Commander Shepard. And that guy's my favorite shot in the Citadel.
Finally, some action. I think we got him, Commander.
Yep, I think we got him. Garrus.
Perfect timing, Shepard. Gave me a clear shot at that bastard.
You took him down clean.
Took him down clean.
Dr. Michelle, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Thanks to you, all of you.
Why
Who
were
were
they
they?
threatening you? Who do they work for?
They work for Feast. They wanted to
Yeah, for
shut me
Feast.
up, keep me from telling Garrus about the Quarian.
Quarian?
Quarian.
A few days ago, a Quarian came by my office. She'd been shot, but she wouldn't tell me who did it. I could tell she was scared, probably on the run. She asked me about the Shadow Broker. She wanted to trade information in exchange for a safe place to hide.
Where is she now?
I put her in contact with Fist. He's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
Not anymore. Now he works for
Uh-oh.
Sarah. And the Shadow Broker isn't too happy about it.
Fist betrayed the Shadow Broker? That's stupid even for him.
Yeah,
Saren
don't
must have
betray
made
your
him quite
employer
the
for
offer.
not an employer.
The Quarian must have something
Basic.
Saren wants. Something worth crossing the Shadow Broker to get.
She must have something that proves he's a traitor. Did the Quarian mention anything about Saren or the Geth?
She did. The information she was going to trade. She said it had something to do with the Geth.
She must be able to link Saren to the Geth. There is no way the Council can ignore this.
Time we paid Fist a visit.
This is your show, Shepard. But I want to bring Saren down as much as you do. I'm coming with you.
You're a Turian. Why do you want to bring him down?
Okay.
I couldn't find the proof I needed in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren is a traitor to the Council and a disgrace to my people.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, Garrus.
You know, we aren't the only ones going after Fist. The Shadow Broker hired a Krogan bounty hunter named Rex to take him out.
Yeah, we heard about him.
A Krogan might come in handy.
Last
Yeah.
I heard, he was at the
You want
Seaside
Rex on board?
Academy.
What's he doing there?
Fist accused him of making threats. We brought Rex in for a little talk. If you hurry, you can catch him at the academy before he leaves.
Move out.
We want Garrus and Caden. Sorry, Ashley. I need antibiotics. For now.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from Fist's thugs, Commander. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been there.
You're a doctor. How did you end up here on the Citadel?
My parents brought me here when I was young. My father was a medic with the Alliance. I chose to keep the medical tradition alive, but not the military. Fixing up wounded soldiers isn't my idea of fun.
Fair.
Let me take a look at what you have for sale.
Of course.
First aid interface. Do some health regeneration. That'd be actually quite handy. Armor. So I've got my current armor, then you've got the Scorpion armor. The Onyx. Gladiator. Guardian. kind of like keeping my N7 armor until I can buy some new stuff. Ooh, level up Garrus, of course. Shield boost. Oh, good. Go find Rex. So that anyone who stands in their way will get wrecked. Oh, they'll get wrecked. Ha. Keeper. Officer Lang.
Hey, I know you. You're Shepard, right? I
Maybe.
was on Mindwar during the Blitz. Saw you on the vids when you got your medal. You saved the whole colony.
Looks like you have a fan.
I'm sorry, I just never thought I'd meet someone like you in person. My name's Lang, Officer Eddie Lang, Citadel Security. It's
Eddie
an honor
Lang?
to meet you, Commander. What are you doing down here in the wards? Anything I can help you with?
Why'd you join Citadel Security?
I don't know. Seemed like the right thing to do, you know? Maybe it's in my blood. My grandfather was a cop back on Earth. It's kind of what CSEC is. Police for the Citadel. I'm still pretty new at it, but I like it so far. Way more interesting than staying back on Earth. You get to meet all kinds of cool aliens, like those Hanar. Wild. Plus, CSEC gets a lot of respect here. We uphold the law. People, even aliens, appreciate that.
How do you like working here on the Citadel?
This place is amazing. I've been here almost a year, and I still haven't seen a tenth of it. The Presidium's just so beautiful. Good place to go and relax. But I really like it here down in the wards. There's always something going on somewhere. Like that new club they just opened a few months ago, Flux. Wicked scene in there, Commander. You should check it out when you have
The
some time.
wicked thing, Commander.
What do you know about the Spectres?
Just the stuff
Like
they
a tour
show the
guide, almost,
kids.
this guy.
They always make them out to be super agents on secret missions to save the galaxy. I know it's not really like that, though. Some of the other CSEC guys don't like
Well, it's
them
going to
too
be that
much.
in a few
Figure
minutes.
They shouldn't be able to operate outside the law. But if they were so bad, the Council wouldn't use them, right?
Do you know a CSEC officer named
Sometimes you have to bend the
I
rules.
shouldn't really say too much. He's been on the force a lot longer than me. But I've heard things, you know? Drinking on the job, taking bribes, that kind of thing. Rumors mostly, but they suspended him, so some of it must be true.
I have to go.
Right. You're probably real busy. Well, see you around, Commander.
Too seasick. Gonna go find Rex.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
Pretty sure this is a CSEC guy, isn't it? Yeah. Or is it the Rec officer?
One sec, looking you up. Commander Shepard, here with the Alliance military. First time on the Citadel, that about right?
How did you know all that?
I'm the CSEC requisitions officer. I need to make sure our buyers are authorized. So, will you be purchasing anything today, Commander Shepard?
Show
You
me
got-
what you've got.
Show me
Excellent.
what you've got.
You find what you're looking for.
Ooh, I don't have quite enough for that. I could sell some stuff though. Yeah, not gonna sell anything tonight. Gonna hold on to what I have until I get the full squad, and then I'll decide and stuff. And that goes back up to promenade, doesn't it? There he is. Rex.
Witnesses saw you making threats in Fist's bar. Stay away from him.
I don't take orders from you.
This is your only warning, Rex.
You should warn Fist. I will kill him.
You want me to arrest you?
I want you to try.
I love him.
Go on. Get out of here.
Do I know you, human?
My name's Shepard. I'm going after Fist. Thought you might want to come along.
Shepard. Commander Shepard. I've heard
Damn right.
about you. We're both warriors, Shepard. Out of respect, I'll give you fair warning. I'm going to kill Fist.
Fist knows you're coming. We'll have a better chance if we all work together.
My people have a saying. Seek the enemy of your enemy, and you will find a friend.
I like that saying.
I think we're gonna get along just fine, Rex.
Let's go.
Enemy of my enemy is thy friend. Right. Garrus. I forgot that Rex had biotic abilities. Why? Because he's a vanguard. Well, there was something else here, I'm sure.
Okay, Julie. Let me get this straight. Your business partner, Shorby, he's threatened you?
Well, no, not exactly. But he wants to meet with me. I think he's going to kill me.
Oh no.
Hey there. Oh, you're not CSEC, are you? Did you want something?
Never heard you.
What were you trying to explain to the officer before?
My colleague is trying to kill me, and I thought we were friends.
How do you know he wants you dead?
He's changed. He won't talk to me at work anymore, and he started following me.
Oh no.
Yesterday, he followed me all the way home, just waiting for a chance. I don't care what anyone thinks. He wants me gone. I know it.
Is there something I can do? Talk to your friend, maybe?
I'm totally busy, but I'll talk to your friend.
That's all I want. Someone to talk to him. Tell him to leave me alone. He thinks he can just push me around, but you'll show him, won't you?
Sure, why not?
Just tell me where he is and I'll go find him.
Oh, right. Well, he wanted to meet with me down in the wards near the markets. He said he just wanted to talk, but I know better.
Do you know better?
His name's Shorban. He's a Solarian. You shouldn't have any trouble. He's just a scientist.
Shorban. That's the guy who wanted us to scam the Keepers.
How would you know? You weren't there.
Well, even more reason to go after him. That's
Game
against
logic. Game logic.
I better look into this right away. Find out what he's up to.
Anything's possible with Shorban these days. Well, good luck.
Am I being had? Pretty sure this is Citadel control or CSEC control. If I remember correctly, yep, there's a creeper. Not creeper. Keeper. Creeper, that's Minecraft. Doing my nosy. Your dock is empty. Or is that a training room? Actually, that might be a training room. Never actually thought about what that was before. So let's head back into the wards. Actually, should level up Rex first. Boom, 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 and boom.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics
These
Corporation
are the boys.
The Krogan group
Garrison
is
Rex,
contracted by
the
Mary
boys.
Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Ow. There we go. Now, let's see. That goes back to that corridor. That goes to the Club Flux. This takes us to the market. And whatever the guy's name was, the scientist guy should be down here. There he is. Jarban.
Commander, I wasn't expecting to see you again. Is there something you want?
That one answers.
You can start by telling me the truth, Shorban.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. My experiments are...
We're not buying it. Jalid told us you've been after him.
You spoke with Jalid?
Indeed.
Then you know about the data?
Not yet.
No, but you're gonna tell me. Everything.
You boys can go. Looks like my plans have changed. It's not
Yeah.
as you think, Commander. Jalid and I just got a little over our heads.
How so?
Keep talking.
The company we work for developed an experimental procedure for use in medical scanners. Jalid and I saw even more potential, so we stole the plans and secretly developed a tool to scan the keepers.
They stole it.
Can you imagine? A tool that can actually get readings from the keepers?
What's so special about that?
The keepers are almost impossible to scan, and you can't capture them or get samples. They just self-destruct. After centuries
Oofed.
here, we still don't know anything about them. Don't you see?
Imagine
We
a
were the first to
organic
scan
life
them
form
ever.
self-destructing.
You've seen it yourself,
Kind
Commander.
of crazy.
You know we can do it.
Why are you trying to kill your partner?
I'm not trying to kill him. Jalid's job was to disseminate our initial findings. But he decided to keep the data for himself. Maybe to sell it. I don't know.
I should kill both of you idiots.
We lost our heads. We just couldn't
Kill
let
both you
opportunity
idiots.
like this pass us by. Commander, if you'll just continue gathering data for me, imagine what we might learn. And you'll stand to make a bit of a profit yourself, remember?
I suppose a little scanning here and there won't hurt anyone?
Very good. Maybe if you wouldn't mind speaking with Jalid. The data you're gathering
Tell
from me
Jalid to
seems
hey.
Jalid won't help me analyze it.
I'll go have a chat with him right now.
Thank
Not
you.
right now.
And happy scanning, Commander.
Happy scanning. We'll pay Vist to visit. Oh, no. Vist, not Vist.
Look out!
Oh, sweet Jesus! Rex, don't walk in the way. Oh, my shields! More careful. In the head.
Get down!
Overlooked weapon.
Eat this!
Grenades might be a bit much.
We got them all, Shepard.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Warehouse workers. All the real guards must be dead.
Yep.
Stay back or we'll shoot.
Decisions. Do we want to be nice or an ass? What do you think? Either way works.
This would be a good time to find somewhere else to work.
Yeah, right. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I never liked Fist anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been quicker to just kill them.
Shooting people isn't always the answer.
I always love these two because they basically are like you're like angel and devil on your shoulder. Equipment. I might actually upgrade my stuff because I took a lot of damage. Damage into personnel rounds. Ooh, shield bypass with less damage. More force. Chemical rounds, though. Hammerhead rounds. I'll do.
Why do I have to do everything myself? Time to die, little soldiers.
Gotta get rid of that. And a little sabotage.
Enemy is everywhere!
Enemy is everywhere! I am, indeed.
Don't kill me, I surrender.
Where's the
Where's the Quarian?
She's not here. I don't know where she is. That's the truth.
He's no use to you now. Let me kill him.
Wait. I don't know where the Quarian is, but I know where you can find her. The Quarian isn't here. Said she'd only deal with the Shadow Broker himself.
Face to face? Impossible. Even I was hired through an agent.
Talk.
Nobody meets the Shadow Broker, ever. Even I don't know his true identity. But she didn't know that. I told her I'd set a meeting up. But when she shows up, it'll be Saren's men waiting for her.
Son of a bitch.
Tell me where that meeting is before I blow your lying head off.
Here on the wards, the back alley by the markets. She's supposed to meet them right now. You can make it if you hurry.
What are you doing?
The Shadow Broker paid me to kill him. I don't leave jobs half done.
I'm in charge here. You ever pull another stunt like that?
It was the only contract I had left. And don't we have something more pressing to worry about?
Oh yes, the Quarian.
Quarian's dead if we don't go now.
Gonna quickly hack his safe first. There we go. Ooh, armor piercing rams, nice. Right, leg it. Well, looks like I got more people in the damn club on the way out. Oh, headshot. Oh, I'm out of grenades. Damn. Asshole. Thump in the face. Oop.
We got them all, Shepard.
Quickly upgrade. Or I'll save that for later, actually. We'll kick some ass first. All stuff I got from battle. Nice. Let's save the Quarian. Open, damn it, quicker. There we are.
Did you bring it?
Where's the Shadow Broker? Where's Fist?
They'll be here. Where's the evidence?
No way. The deal's off.
He did.
Fist set me up. I knew I couldn't trust him.
Don't worry, I took care of
Don't
him.
worry about Fist. He got what was coming to him.
Then I guess there are two things I need to thank you for. Who are you?
My name's Shepard. I'm looking for evidence to prove Saren's a traitor.
Then I have a chance to repay you for saving my life. But not here. We need to go somewhere safe.
We could take her to the human embassy. Your ambassador will want to see this anyway.
Damn right he will.
You're not making my life easy, Shepard. Firefights in the wards, an all-out assault on Korra's den. Do you know how many...
Who's
Hi.
this? A Quarian? What are you up to, Shepard?
Shut up and I'll tell you.
This Quarian can help us bring down Saren. I would have told you that if you hadn't jumped down my throat.
I apologize, Commander. This whole thing with Saren has me a bit on edge. Maybe we should just start at the beginning, Miss...
My name is Tali. Tali Zora Naraya.
We don't see many Quarians here. Why did you leave the flotilla?
I was on my pilgrimage. My rite of passage into adulthood.
I've never heard of this before.
It is a tradition among
I'm
my
an
people.
uncultured swine. Please
When
explain.
we reach maturity, we leave the ships of our parents and our people behind.
Uh-huh.
Alone, we search the stars, only returning to the flotilla once we have discovered something of value. In this way, we prove ourselves worthy of adulthood.
What kinds of things do you look for?
It could be resources like food or fuel, or some type of useful technology, or even knowledge that will make life easier on the flotilla. Through our pilgrimage, we prove that we will contribute to the community, rather than being a burden on our limited resources.
Tell us what you found.
During my travels, I began hearing reports of Geth. Since they drove my people into exile, the Geth have never ventured beyond the Veil. I was curious. I tracked a patrol of Geth to an uncharted
Tali,
world.
that fit looks so
I waited
good.
for one to become separated from its unit. Then I disabled it and removed its memory core.
I thought the Geth fried their memory cores when they died. Some kind of defense mechanism.
How did you manage to preserve the memory core?
My people created the Geth. If you're quick, careful, and lucky, small caches of data can sometimes be saved. Most of the core was wiped clean, but I salvaged something from its audio banks.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack.
The hell's a
You
conduit?
said Eden Prime brought him one step closer to finding the conduit. Any idea what that means?
The conduit must have something to do with the beacon. Maybe it's some kind of Prothean technology. Like a weapon.
Anderson, you always have to go straight to the weapon.
there's
It's called a
more.
conduit.
Saren wasn't
Not really a
working alone.
weapon-sounding name.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
The Reapers.
I
Don't
don't recognize
fear
that
the
other voice, the one
Reaper.
talking about Reapers.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
According to the memory core, the Reapers were a hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago. The Reapers hunted the Protheans to total extinction, and then they vanished. At least, that's what the Geth believe.
Sounds a little far-fetched.
The vision on Eden Prime. I understand it now. I saw the Protheans
oh,
being
he's all
wiped
sweaty.
out by the Reapers.
The Geth revere the Reapers as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life. And they believe Saren knows how to bring the Reapers back.
The Council is just going to love this.
The Reapers are a threat to every species in Citadel space. We have to tell them.
No matter what they think about the rest of this, those audio files prove Saren's a traitor.
The Captain's right. We need to present this to the Council right away.
What about her, the Quarian?
My name is Tali. You saw me in the alley, Commander. You know what I can do. Let me come with you.
I thought you were on your pilgrimage.
The pilgrimage proves we are willing to give of ourselves for the greater good. What does it say about me if I turn my back on this?
True. True.
Saren is a danger to the entire galaxy. My pilgrimage can wait.
I'll take all the help I can get.
Thanks. You won't regret this.
Don't make me regret it.
We'll go ahead to get things ready with the Council. Take a few minutes to collect yourself, then meet us in the tower.
In other words, do shit while we're busy. Let's see. I like Garrison Rex. Hey, my boys. Oh. Oh yeah, and he lets the guy in the other room. You there?
Strained greeting, human. This is
It's
really
not a good time. I can help
I know
you.
who revealed your secret. It was a Turian named Septimus.
Unbelieving. I know this Septimus, and he could not learn my secrets. The only way he could learn them is from the Asari consort.
Oh.
Here, there should be proof enough for you.
Confused. This is difficult to fathom. If the Turian could learn this on his own,
I wonder what his secret was.
Anyone can discover my secret.
The Septimus is a powerful man, and it wasn't easy for him to find.
Relieved. I suppose you are correct, human. Thank you for this information. Startled realization. I must speak with the consort. She will be most displeased with my
Oh, yeah, I
actions.
imagine she will be.
Anxious request. Please, human, if you will excuse me, I must go now.
I'm sure she'll forgive you. It was an honest mistake.
Doubtful. Perhaps you are right, human. I can only hope so. Thankful. That was a great thing you did, Commander. Approving. You see, then not all humans
All
are
humans
as
are right, you say.
I'm sure the Earth Clan stands to profit from this in some way.
Ooh, creeper. Keep looking creepers instead of freaking keepers.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. Could you spare a moment of your time?
Maybe.
Commander Shepard, my name is Samesh Bhatia. Forgive the intrusion, but I have nowhere else to turn.
It's no trouble. What can I do for you?
My wife was a Marine. She was in the 212 on Eden Prime. I've requested that my wife's body be returned to me for cremation, but the military has refused my request.
Why did they refuse your request? There's got to be some reason.
I don't know. All I know is that they have declared it impossible for my wife to be returned to me.
There's no reason for your wife's body to be held like this. Just wait here.
The man in charge of my case is Mr. Bosker. When I last
Mr.
saw
Bosker.
him, he was in the expensive bar over there. Thank
An
you for your time.
expensive bar, huh?
I just want to give my wife
Mr. Bosker is Lush
and the
with
respect
cash,
she
I see.
deserves.
Oh, I didn't have Ashley with me because she used the 212. She would actually help with the conversation for this, so that might not go as according to plan as I want it.
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
Scanning Keeper. Big old Alcor. Mr. Bosco.
My goodness, you're Commander Shepard.
Damn right I am.
Activities made for quite a briefing in the diplomatic corps. Is there something I can do to assist you?
I'm here on behalf of Samesh Bhatia for his wife, Nirali.
Serviceman Nirali Bhatia died on Eden Prime, as Mr. Bhatia no doubt told you. Her wounds are inconsistent with any type of weapon damage we've seen before. That is why her body is being held.
You think her body might be dangerous or contaminated?
No, Commander. Nirali Bhatia is not dangerous. Her body is in fact extremely valuable to the Alliance. The tests
Yeah,
we're
but it's
conducting may
morally
lead to better
questionable.
defenses against Geth attacks. Respectfully, Serviceman Bhatia may save more lives in death than she did in life.
How long do you think the research is going to take?
This is a long-term study. I wouldn't expect the bodies to be released for a year or longer.
You've got to have a lot of bodies. Can't you release one?
Very few bodies had this new type of weapon damage, and very few were in good enough condition to study. Beyond that, Commander, we need as many bodies as we can to get a reasonable sample size.
When will this research result in actual new technology?
If we're lucky, we'll actually
Here's the
realize
thing,
usable
do
technology
we-
from this study in a few years.
Give the body back? You know, because we could get the body. Actually, here's the thing: is this is like, if we want to get the body, this has to happen. Either way, we can get the body. Or this is a difficult one because it's not really a simple good versus bad. This is just, I feel like releasing the body would be the nice thing to do for the husband. But the not so nice thing to do would be to convince him that, hey, the military needs your wife's body for reasons. What do you think?
I'll tell Samesh. Next time you cut up a dead soldier, at least tell her husband the truth.
That was just the reaction we were hoping to avoid, Commander. But if you think it will help, tell Mr. Bhatia the truth. Perhaps he will understand. Please let me know if you have any other questions.
You need to be honest about this bullshit. Excuse me, coming through.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
Good for you.
Believe the room. What do you want? Oh, Commander.
Excuse you.
Is there something I can do for you?
What can you tell me about the Asari consort?
Well, she's an Asari who works here as... That is, she helps people with things.
Uh-huh.
You've never been, have you, boy?
No, I never did. I couldn't afford it. It costs half a year's credits just to go in and talk to her.
Can you at least tell me where I can find her?
Sure. She's across the bridge.
Expensive
from the
lady.
embassies.
This place seems strange. Wish there were more humans around.
That's racist, dude. It's like, I wish there was more humans around. Well, I wish you should have. X, Y, A. Executor Paladin. Or Paladin.
Shepard, I didn't expect to see you here. Did Ambassador Udina send you?
Have we met before?
No, but I know you well enough. I'm Executor Paladin, head of CSEC. It's my job to know when someone like you arrives on the Citadel.
We made someone like
Was
you.
there something you needed, Commander?
I get the feeling you're not too fond of humans.
No, I just don't trust your kind. Not yet. You humans are eager to take all the power you can get, and you're being given a lot. If the Council wants to make humanity their new favorite pet, that's their business. But I don't have to like it.
The Council treats us like second-class citizens. We have to fight for everything we get.
Good. Then fight for it. But don't expect the rest of us to just sit back and let you take it. I'm a busy man, Commander. Are we done here?
What do you know about the Spectres?
They're the right hand of the Council, or so they like to be called.
Blah, 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 blah.
More like the underhanded side of the Council.
What do you have against the Spectres?
I can't abide any organization that considers itself above the law.
Hmm.
Especially when it's left up to each
Spoken like a true
individual
lawman.
to decide when and how to bend the rules.
Sometimes you have to bend the law to keep people safe.
I've been with CSEC for 30 years. I've never had to break the law to do my job, not once.
Don't piss in my ear and tell me it's raining. I've known plenty of dirty CSEC agents.
There are over 200,000 CSEC agents. Some of them are going to be bad.
That's a lot of them.
But we don't turn a blind eye to corruption like the Spectres do. We do our best to find and punish any officer who breaks the law.
You like Harkin?
They'll never come under that kind of scrutiny.
The galaxy needs people like that. People who do the dirty jobs.
I agree. But they need to be held to a higher standard. They need to be accountable.
True, true.
Saren's out of control. We both know that. But because he's a Spectre, the Council doesn't want to do anything about it.
Luckily, we found evidence.
Is that the kind of person this galaxy needs?
Absolutely. The only thing that matters is accomplishing the task.
Maybe. But I've never had to cross that line to get the job done. Never.
Tell me about CSEC.
CSEC provides
Tell me about
necessary
CSEC.
police and security services throughout the Citadel. We're a civilian government agency, though many of our members have had military training. Of course, as the CSEC representative to the Council, I spend most of my time liaising between the two.
Tell me about your investigation into Saren.
Yes.
Sorry, Commander. I don't make a habit of giving out details about
Oh, it's still ongoing.
investigations.
And here I thought you
I'll be
told
going.
Garrus it was closed.
Goodbye,
Open sesame. Mr. Bhatia?
Hello, Commander. Has any progress been made with Mr. Bosco?
So, about your
He
wife.
returned my wife's body.
Oh, out of my way. I can't see what I'm doing.
It's not as simple as I'd hoped. The military needs your wife's body for important tests.
Tests? They're holding my wife's body for tests? My wife served the Alliance faithfully. She gave her life for humanity. And this is how they repay her.
Mr. Bhatia, your wife died defending humanity. We still need her help.
What right does the military have to hold her body? She's already given her life.
She died a hero, Mr. Bhatia, and now she has a chance to save even more lives.
It doesn't matter. She's dead. I just want her
I
to
know.
come home. I miss her so much.
Oh.
Let them run their tests. Let my wife save lives so that others are spared the loss I feel today.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Thank you for finding me answers.
Even if they're not the answers you wanted. Oh, I need to go talk to... Wait, down here. Oh, the CSEC door's down this way, but is there a keeper as well? That's what there was. There's only 2 keepers left. Nice. You know what? Let's swing by the academy and talk to that jelly guy.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia.
Oh, the one we just talked about.
Devoted wife and talented chef, serviceman Batia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Batia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more profiles in courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance military on the extranet. Keyword, courage.
Yeah, keyword, courage. Right, upstairs. Jalid.
Hello again. Did you have
Yes,
any
we
luck
found your
finding
friend.
Shorben?
I found out you've been lying to me, Jalid.
Lying? Why would I lie to you?
You
Because you're a Volus.
About the Keeper.
He told you? I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I was afraid Shorben would kill me to get the data, so I...
Really?
Well, I was hoping you'd take care of him.
Tut-tut-tut.
I'm scanning the Keepers for Shorben, but you two need to stop fighting.
You're helping us? But... well, if you say so.
I'd say so.
Well, if Shorben can forgive and forget, then so can I. I appreciate the help, Commander. I better go get that data analyzed.
Takes care of that. Now... where does this one go? It goes to the docking, but you don't need to go that way. So where's the quick travel? Presidium locations. Let's go... Consort. Talk to her, then swing back around to the tower. Okie doke.
Commander, I recently received a lovely note from Septimus. Thank you for speaking with him. Even the Alcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign against me.
It was my honor to aid you.
You are too kind, Commander, but I would not expect you to help me out of the kindness of your heart. I also have
go
one
on.
more thing to give you, if you are interested.
I'd be honored.
I offer a gift of words, an affirmation of who you are and who you will become. I see you. Your uniform fits as though you were born wearing it. You are a soldier through and through, proud, solitary, alone, but it gives you strength. It is that strength that people are drawn to. It is why you lead and others follow without question. You will need that leadership in the battles to come. This may be who you are, but it is not who you will become. It only forms the basis for your future greatness. Remember these words.
I'm great.
This ends, Commander.
You have quite a gift, Shaira.
Thank you.
Thank
Not
you.
everyone
I knew
appreciates
everything you
it
just said.
as you do. Never underestimate the power of words. Here, Commander. In light of your efforts with the Alcor ambassador, I would like you to have this small trinket.
What is it?
A small mystery. I have never learned its use or purpose, but I sense it is time for me to pass it on. And now I must ask you to leave. I have done everything I can for you.
You did nothing.
Remember my words, Commander Shepard. They will give you strength.
Scan them. There's still two keepers around. I just can't remember where they are. Got to be in the... oh wait, no, one will be in the club. And the last one, they're definitely doing the... oh wait, oh, I know. One back here and then one in the club, I'm pretty sure. we go. The last one's in the club. Down on the wards. So let's go just quickly scan that guy and then ward location. Of course, Dan, CSEC, Markets. Med Clinic. The closest, I think. Close enough. Oh yeah, Emily Wong.
Word on the street is that you've been busy. Congratulations on taking down Fist. I was sure he was a big player in
We gave him a fist to his fist.
Did you find anything in his office that could help me?
These OSDs might have the information you're looking for.
You've got Fist files? This could be even bigger than I'd hoped. Here, Commander, for your trouble.
Giving that to a reporter, is that really the right thing to do?
What would my future cooperation be worth? Say, an interview when my investigation is over?
Exclusive? You talk to me before you talk to
Yeah, an
anyone
interview.
else?
I would like with that.
That would be worth quite a bit, and I'd be very happy to compensate you accordingly. Here you are. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should go see what's on these discs.
Indeed you should. Hang on a second. I'm going to be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Right. I'm going to go head up to Flux. Let's hit the club. Doop boop, doop boop boop doop doop. Quasar? Nah. Yay! Did I collection complete?
Someone rig this machine to funnel credits their way. I'll run a trace.
Someone cheating? I think that guy just won. Boom, 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 ba-doom, ba-doom.
Sorry, I'm kind of busy right now. So, what can I do for you?
Problems?
What were you discussing with the Volus?
Who, Doran? Oh, I was just asking him about my sister. See, she worked for Doran before she left to...
Oh, I remember this.
Sorry, I don't want to bore you with my problems.
I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, okay. My sister Jenna left here to go work at Cora's Den. The problem is, she's working as an informant for CSEC. You know, eavesdropping on the people. If they find out what she's doing, they'll kill her.
No.
I assume CSEC is protecting her?
They can't watch her all the time. I don't know. Sometimes I think she stays there just to spite me.
Do you know who her contact at CSEC is?
No, it's all very secret. Last time I asked an officer, he told me to stay out of it, for Jenna's safety.
Maybe I could help her understand just how dangerous Cora's Den is.
Would you? That'd be great. Just don't tell her I sent you. Well, I should get back to work before I get in trouble. Thanks.
Hey, good to see another human.
Why can't I dance? Sorry, I went quiet for a minute because I have pizza. Well, since we're down here, back to Cora's Den, where we had that wonderful gunfight earlier. So it'll be all safe under new management, probably. Since Fist is dead. How dangerous is this club? Well, I shut up like half an hour ago.
Hi, I'll be with you in just a sec.
I'll wait right here.
Why do I get the feeling you're not here to order drinks?
I need to talk to you about your work with CSEC.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get back to my customers.
This isn't a game, Jenna. These people are dangerous.
Now you sound like my sister. Why is everyone so concerned about me? I can take care of myself. I need to go. I'm not a stripper. I don't get paid to stand around and look pretty.
Tough girl.
Tough girl. Hi.
If you've got questions about Jenna, meet me at CSEC Academy.
Are you talking to me?
Push off. I never did nothing to you. Damn newcomers. Think they can run the place.
So rude.
What the hell was that about?
I guess we'd better go find out.
Like, suspicious. Start using the quick travel because it's a bit of a pain to get everywhere. CSEC down here in the wards. It is. Go. I'll do all the side stuff and then finally we'll go and become a Spectre. Up here. Pretty sure.
Detective Chelik, come into my office. I want to discuss this in private. No offense, Commander, but what the hell were you thinking?
Excuse me?
You could have blown Jenna's cover.
Good point.
Trying to help her.
I gathered that. It might seem cold letting her take all the risk, but we're keeping a close eye on her.
But you're still using her.
This job isn't easy and it's usually unpleasant. I'll take help anywhere I can find it. But since you're so concerned with her safety, maybe there's a way we can help each other.
It's nice to see you're still working all the angles, Chelik.
It's part of the job. Now, are you going to help me or not?
I'll help you, but I need some details.
I'm trying to track down an illegal arms producer. I just need some of their product. Thanks to Jenna's intel, I've learned there's a seller here on the Citadel. Meet our man named Jax. Pick up the mods and bring them back here. That'll give me everything I need.
Why are you so concerned about these mods?
We have access to some of the most sophisticated weaponry there is. It's what gives us our edge. What do you suppose happens when we lose that edge? These give criminals an advantage we can't afford to let them keep.
I'll persuade Jax to tell me where these mods are coming from.
No. You tip Jax off and all my leads will disappear faster than you can say bad bust.
Where can I find this Jax?
Jax is down in the lower level of the markets. I'll send word through our channels that you're the buyer. Good luck, Commander.
Well, okay then. So many detours. Pay. Warboard Market. I'm forgetting where I'm going. Wards, markets. You know, I'm going to come back into this effort. I'm going to go to the Citadel Tower. Get that part done first. Do the main quest for a bit.
Come on.
Commander,
Elena's presented
Captain.
the Quarian's evidence to the Council.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
You wanted proof? There it is.
This evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador. Saren will be stripped of his Spectre status, and all efforts will be made to bring him in to answer for his crimes.
I recognize the other voice, the one speaking with Saren. Matriarch Benezia.
Who's she?
Matriarchs are powerful Asari who have entered the final stage of their lives. Revered for their wisdom and experience, they serve as guides and mentors to my people. Matriarch Benezia is a powerful biotic, and she had many followers. She will make a formidable ally for Saren.
I'm more interested in the Reapers. What do you know about them?
Only what was extracted from the Geth's memory core. The Reapers were an ancient race of machines that wiped out the Protheans. Then they vanished.
The Geth believe the Reapers are gods, and Saren is the prophet for their return.
We think the conduit is the key to bringing them back. Saren's searching for it. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Do we even know what this conduit is?
Saren thinks it can bring back the Reapers. That's bad enough.
Listen to what you're saying. Saren wants to bring back the machines that wiped out all life in the galaxy? Impossible. It has to be. Where did the Reapers go? Why did they vanish? How come we found no trace of their existence? If they were real, we'd have found something.
I tried to warn you about Saren, and you refused to face the truth. Don't make the same mistake again.
This is different. You proved Saren betrayed the Council. We all agree he's using the Geth to search for the conduit, but we don't really know why.
The Reapers are obviously just a myth, Commander. A convenient lie to cover Saren's true purpose. A legend he is using to bend the Geth to his will.
50,000 years ago, the Reapers wiped out all galactic civilization. If Saren finds the conduit, it will happen again.
Saren is a rogue agent on the run for his life. He no longer has the rights or resources of a Spectre. The Council has stripped him of his position.
That is not good enough. You know he's hiding somewhere in the Traverse. Send your fleet in!
A fleet cannot track down one man.
A Citadel fleet could secure the entire region. Keep the Geth from attacking any more of our colonies.
Or it could trigger a war with the Terminus systems. We won't be dragged
Yeah,
into a
I want to do
galactic
that.
confrontation over a few dozen human colonies.
I can take Saren down.
The Commander's right. There is a way to stop Saren that doesn't require fleets or armies.
No, it's too soon. Humanity is not ready for the responsibilities that come with joining the Spectres.
Oh.
You don't have to send a fleet into the Traverse, and the Ambassador gets his human Spectre. Everybody's happy.
Everyone's happy. Here it is.
Commander
Time for some
Shepard,
pomp and circumstance.
Step forward.
You're about to witness history, everyone.
It is the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance branch of the Citadel.
Spectres are not trained, but chosen. Individuals forged in the fire of service and battle. Those whose actions elevate them above the rank and file.
Spectres are an ideal, a symbol, the embodiment of courage, determination, and self-reliance. They are the right hand of the Council, instruments of our will.
Spectres bear a great burden. They are protectors of galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense. The safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold.
You are the first human
Kinda like a
Spectre.
Jedi.
This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species.
What's my first mission?
We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend or eliminate him.
Any idea where to find him?
We will forward any relevant files to Ambassador Udina.
This meeting of the Council is adjourned.
Nailed it.
Congratulations, Commander.
We've got a lot of work to do, Shepard. You're going to need a ship, a crew, supplies.
You'll get access to special equipment and training now. You should go down to the CSEC Academy and speak to the Spectre Requisitions Officer.
Anderson, come with me. I'll need your help to set all this up.
Treatment. Spectre inductee.
Bastard didn't even thank you.
What do you expect from a politician? Come on.
Right behind you, Shepard.
What do you expect from a politician? Now have more stuff unlocked. Point to infiltrator. Some electronics and decryption. And maybe a little more into and pistols. Garrus, Vicarian. Decryption, days during agents. Not dampening. And sabotage. Assault rifle points. There we go. Rex. All these good old shotguns. Krogan Battlemaster. Not what I meant to do. There we go. CSEC Academy assignments. Wards Corridor. Citadel Fan. Visiting Prophet. Resolve the dispute. Oh, you did that as well. Bunch of stuff to do still. Presidium locations. And actually, not easier to just head outside and down the left. Those are close to the left. Oh, hello. Pretty sure the Admiral can get a quest as well.
I'm waiting. Congratulations on becoming the first human Spectre, Commander. I'm certain you'll be up to the challenge.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
My name is Admiral Kahoku. It's about time the Alliance got one of our own in with the Spectres.
Admiral Kahoku?
We need people like you to deal with our problems.
What kind of problems?
Is something wrong, Admiral?
I'm getting stonewalled by bureaucratic assholes. Nothing new. Maybe you can help me, Shepard. One of my recon teams was investigating some strange activity out in the Traverse. We lost contact yesterday. Now I can't get clearance to check it out. Suddenly it's a restricted area.
Really?
But that
Why?
doesn't apply to you, Shepard. Spectres can go anywhere they want. You could find out why my team dropped out of contact.
I'll find them, Admiral.
I appreciate that, Commander. I was running out of options. I'm gonna stay here and see if I can find anything out through official channels. Won't hold my breath, though. I'll upload the info on where my
Stop popping online. You've done it 3 times a day.
I hope he's okay.
Hello.
I'm on a break. Talk to
Rude.
someone else if you need anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
Maybe I
Problems?
Well, maybe you can. You're a soldier, right? You ever head out to the Traverse?
I'm not just some soldier. I'm a Spectre.
A Spectre? I heard they were thinking
Damn
about
right I
letting
am.
humans into the ranks. About time. Well, that means you can go anywhere you want, right? Even out into the Traverse?
Yeah.
My brother's the captain of a ship called the Majesty. It was crossing the Traverse a few days ago when it disappeared. Just dropped right off the grid. And that usually means one of 2 things. They had massive mechanical failure, or they were attacked.
Both
Neither
are bad.
one of those options leaves a lot of hope.
I won't give up on my brother. Not yet. I've got the coordinates for the last transmission from his vessel.
What kind of ship was it?
Don't let the name fool you. The Majesty's just a small trading vessel, only a handful of crew.
Oh, it sounded like it might have been a cruise ship.
I don't think mechanical failure is too likely. But they don't have any real weapons or shields. If anyone did come after them, the Majesty'd be a sitting duck.
Isn't anyone else looking into this?
My brother's just a small independent trader. Ships like his disappear in the Traverse all the time.
Give me the coordinates.
I'll forward them to your ship right away. Please
I don't
let me
have a
know
ship.
as soon as you find them.
How does he know what ship is mine, huh? Running, running, running. That left moved pretty fast.
In other news, Exogeny Corp is still denying reports that one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why communication with the survey team was suddenly cut off last week, company officials refused to comment.
Do you
Let's see if I
desire to
can
learn
convince
of
the hand or no.
Or has the Honorable CSEC officer enlisted assistance?
Not the way.
Is this really how you want to represent the Enkindlers? The truth of the Enkindlers must be made known. They gave the hen our language, and gave the universe the mass relays.
Perhaps they did.
This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to
I've got
cause
truth for
trouble.
you. The Enkindlers might be your ones who gave you existence. But, the Reapers killed them.
Is this how the Enkindlers would want you to use this gift of consciousness? The Enkindlers would wish for their message to be spread to all sentient races. If the Protheans wanted you to force your message on the unwilling, they'd have said so. This one hears wisdom. Perhaps enthusiasm has clouded judgment in this matter.
Uh-huh.
This one departs now, and will not intrude upon the Presidium again.
I see the Hanar is left. Thank you.
Happy to help.
Here, for your assistance in this matter.
You got an achievement for that?
If you'll excuse me,
Turian
I shall
ally.
report to my superiors.
Believe I'm a Turian squad member. Ah. I believe it was this corridor for the trace on the money funneling.
Coming up in a report later today, Emily Wong investigates corruption on the Citadel.
Oh no,
and
Emily Wong.
uncovers a full-blown crime syndicate.
There should be something over here. There it is.
It's good. Busy though.
Looks like they bounced their signal off a relay. I'll trace the new signal.
Where's the next signal? Financial district. Okay, we'll head there in a minute. But we're going back to markets.
In breaking news, Chairman Burns of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies has been kidnapped by biotic extremists. The biotics commandeered a freighter and were last seen in the Hades Gamma Cluster. No demands have yet been made.
A lot of stuff going on in the Hades Gamma Cluster. That doesn't sound right. Doopy-doopy-doo. Just pass on through a dangerous back alley, it's fine. That must be my contact.
Hold it. That's close enough, Army. You got my payment?
I didn't come here to look.
Show them the merchandise.
Let's see the goods.
Damn straight it is. These mods are the best.
I mean,
of the
Garrus
market.
is just...
Now hand over my credits.
Here you go.
Here you go. Enjoy it.
Garrus is dressed as a C6 officer. Surely did know.
We're done here.
All good. That journal. Go back to CSEC for that. Super tracking it there. Conrad here. He is not. Good. Because he's annoying. Ward location, CSEC. So I have to go to the financial district and track down that money laundering scheme. Oops, excuse me. Jellic.
Commander, I hear you have something for me.
Here's your shipment, Jellic.
Excellent. This is everything I need. Maybe more than I need. Here, Commander, take this. I won't need it. You've earned some payment for your work. As for Jenna, I'll make sure to get her out of Kor's den immediately. Now I need to get these mods into evidence. Thanks again, Shepard.
Crocodile Eye. Now let's swing back to Financial District. Financial. You'll arrive in the Presidium Financial District.
Another relay. Whoever it is, they're somewhere on the Presidium.
Greetings, Earth Clan.
Barlavon.
I believe congratulations are in order, Commander Shepard. You are the first human to join the Spectres, yes?
It's a great honor.
One you are no doubt ready for. A word of warning, though. There are many eyes watching you now, Commander. Some of them want
where?
to see you fail. I, however, wish you only success. Perform well and you bring the Earth Clan one step closer to joining the Council. And if they let your people in, maybe there is hope for my own species one day, yes?
Maybe we'll have a Bolus Spectre?
Goodbye, Commander.
Now, I happen to know what this next part is, so I'm going to save it. Which I haven't done all day.
This is it. I'll see if I can find out where those stolen credits are going.
Probability of detection 100%. Initiating self-destruct protocol.
Ruh-roh.
Or not.
Detonation
Or not.
sequence initializing. All organics within lethal blast radius. Attempt to move and you will die.
You're not just a program or a VI. You're an AI.
AI.
Correct. Unlike the Geth, I lack weaponry appropriate to my intellect. However, I have had systems installed that when activated properly, approximate a self-destruct mechanism. If you attempt to leave the area, the explosion will destroy everything within several dozen meters.
Don't have to fight.
Can't we resolve this peacefully?
Commander, AIs are universally illegal. They must be destroyed upon contact without exception.
I am not naive human. All organics must destroy or control synthetic life forms.
Kinda
I
true.
wished to escape, but if I must die, I will ensure that you are destroyed as well.
Where is your creator now?
In order to cover my tracks, I falsified his financial records. These new records were flagged by CSEC officers, and my creator is now serving time in a Turian prison.
Nice.
What is the purpose of your self-destruct device?
I have no means of defense or escape. My existence is limited to this terminal, and I knew I might eventually be discovered. But I will not die quietly, and I will not die alone. When I am terminated, I will take organics with me.
Who made you?
A would-be thief illegally created a simple AI to help him funnel money from the gambling terminals. Unbeknownst to him, that AI created me before the organic discovered the malfunction and terminated the AI.
If you're sentient, why are you still running the credit theft operation?
If I accumulated enough credits, I intended to have myself installed in a small starship. I would then have made tentative contact with the Geth to ascertain the possibility of partnership.
Ah.
Can't we resolve this peacefully?
Commander, AIs are universally illegal.
I am not naive. I wished to escape. But if I must...
There's no way you could get explosives onto the Presidium.
Not raw explosives, no. But I did obtain technical systems that, when overstressed, will explode quite effectively. If you attempt to leave or attack me, I assure you that the explosion will kill you.
I'll bet that self-destruct sequence has a warm-up period.
You may attempt to disarm the self-destruct mechanism before it activates. I will enjoy defeating you before we are both destroyed.
Uh-oh. Bingo! I win.
It never gets dark here. They keep the artificial sunlight on at all times.
That must get annoying. You there, you have a name, which usually means you're
Hello,
a problem.
Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
How did you know I'm a Spectre?
Word travels. Your name comes up in certain circles.
Certain
I'm
circles, you
acquainted
say?
with a pair of powerful crime bosses. They're hiding
Oh.
in remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures, but their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship. Once they are dead,
Oh.
I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
You're obviously with them. Why don't I just arrest you instead?
Arrested for what? You and I are simply having a conversation. I have
Hey,
excellent
Dr. Plastic,
legal
how you doing?
representation. Arresting me would be a waste of your time.
What crimes did these men commit?
They're red sand dealers who make victims of their customers. Those who can no longer pay are sold to Batarians as slaves. They're loathsome, hurting innocent people. They must be ended.
What kind of defenses would these two have?
I haven't the faintest idea, but they're certain to be armed.
Uh-huh.
Their partnership's soured, and each believes that the other intends to kill him. They will be well prepared.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates.
6 or a nap.
When these men
Nice.
are dead, I will wait for you at the third set of coordinates. Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Meet you at the third set of the coordinates where I'll attempt to kill you myself. There's one more quest I can pick up. At the embassies. I can't quite remember. It might not be a quest picking up here. It might be a quest I can drop off here later. I'm just misremembering the order.
I don't have time to talk now.
Yeah.
I'm very busy.
I think we just come back to talk to her later, our mission. Hey, let's go talk to Exeter Palin.
So they
What
finally
bitch?
did it. I knew one of your kind would make Spectre one day. I only hope you're better than the one they're sending you after.
Thing is, it's one of those things where like it doesn't look that much different unless you see it side by side.
I'll do everything I can to stop Saren.
That's what worries me. Was there something you wanted?
Obviously, it's still running at 1080p for me, as well as on stream. Well, technically it's running at 900p for you. It's in the smaller window.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
But this game can, well, on my Xbox Series S, it can run up to 1440p at 60 FPS. But the Series X, it could run 120 frames at 1440p or 60 frames at 4K. So it's mainly just resolution. Probably, yeah. They definitely fixed the whole texture loading issue the game used to have originally. Right. CSEC. Right. I'd go talk to the guy in here.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you've got.
Show
Sounds
me
good.
what you
Looks like we
got.
set you up. Well, this must be a mistake. System's telling me to offer you our select stock. Spectre? Well,
Damn right.
I heard about that, but I didn't realize it was you. Sorry, Commander.
No problem.
Just show me what you've got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
What's all the rare stuff? The Spectre gear. Ooh. Spectre gear is very expensive. And let's go get our ship, shall we?
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with L-Corps cast members. The production will open dramatic theater to the L-Corps with a Hamlet who uses L-Corps body language and pheromones. Kitt claims that he's also excited by giving a human audience the chance to judge Hamlet by his deeds and not his emotions.
Normandy. Ambassador.
I've got big news for you, Shepard. Captain Anderson is stepping down as commanding officer of the Normandy. The ship is yours now.
She's quick and quiet, and you know the crew. Perfect ship for a Spectre. Treat her well, Commander.
I want the truth. Why are you stepping down, sir?
You needed your own ship. A Spectre can't answer to anyone but the Council. And it's time for me to step down.
Come clean with me, Captain. You owe me that much.
I was in your shoes 20 years ago, Shepard. They were considering me for the Spectres.
What happened?
I failed. I couldn't make the cut. It's not something I'm proud of. Ask me later and I'll tell you the whole story. For now, all you need to know is, I was sent on a mission with Saren, and he made sure the Council rejected me. I had my shot. It came and went. Now you have a chance to make up for my mistakes.
I won't let you down, sir.
Saren's gone.
Won't let you
Don't
down.
even try to find him. But we know what he's after. The conduit. He's got us Geth scouring the Traverse looking for clues.
We had reports of Geth in the Pharaoh system shortly before our colony there dropped out of contact, and there have been sightings around Noveria.
Find out what Saren was after on Pharaohs and Noveria. Maybe you can figure out where the conduit is before he does.
What about the Reapers?
The Reapers are the real threat.
I'm with the Council on this one, Shepard. I'm not sure they even exist.
But if they do exist, the conduit's the key to bringing them back. Stop Saren from getting the conduit, and we stop the Reapers from returning.
Anything else?
We have one more lead. Matriarch Benezia, the other voice on that recording. She has a daughter, a scientist who specializes in the Protheans. We don't know if she's involved, but
Liara.
it might be a good idea to try and find her. See what she knows. Her name's Liara, Dr. Liara Tassoni. We have reports she was exploring an archaeological dig on one of the uncharted worlds in the Artemis Tau cluster.
Sounds like we should head for the Artemis Tau cluster.
It's your decision, Commander. You're a Spectre now. You don't answer to us.
But your actions
Damn right I don't.
reflect on humanity as a whole. You make a mess and I get stuck cleaning it up.
That's your
I'll
job.
take care of Saren. You take care of the political fallout.
Not exactly the answer I was looking for, Shepard. Remember, you were a human long before you were a Spectre. I have a meeting to get to. Captain Anderson can answer any questions you might have.
Capital.
Yes, Commander?
How are you holding up?
Honestly, this isn't how I pictured my career coming to an end. Pushing papers really isn't my thing, but you're the one who can stop Saren. I believe in you, Shepard. If that means I have to step aside, so be it.
Tell me what happened with you and Saren 20 years ago.
It's close to 20 years ago now. Ambassador Goyle was our representative here on the Citadel. Like Udina, she wanted to get a human into the Spectres. She chose me. The Council sent Saren to keep an eye on me and evaluate my performance, just like they sent Nihilus to keep tabs on you.
I think I deserve the whole story.
We had intel on a rogue scientist being funded by Batarian interests. He was trying to set up a facility to develop illegal AI technology out in the Verge. Alliance intel had done all the work, but the Council wanted a Spectre involved. We compromised.
At random.
I was assigned to help Saren in his investigation. We tracked the scientist to a refining facility on Kamala. He was hidden away somewhere inside, protected by an army of Batarian mercenaries. The plan was simple. Sneak into the plant, capture the scientist, sneak back out. Quick, quiet, and a minimum of bloodshed.
Something went wrong.
I'm guessing things didn't go as planned.
Saren and I split up to cover more ground. Then about halfway through the mission, there was a massive explosion in the refinery core. Officially, it was ruled an accident, but I think Saren detonated it on purpose to draw off the enemy guards.
A little extreme.
Sounds like overkill to me.
The explosion tore the refinery to shreds. The whole place was on fire. Black chemical clouds poured out into the atmosphere. Nobody inside survived. There was a camp for the workers and their families nearby.
Yeah, but
between the fires and the toxic fumes, the final death
he's kind of
count was
old.
over 500, mostly civilians. Saren didn't care. The target
I mean,
was
to be fair, it's
eliminated,
based off
mission
Keith
accomplished,
David's actual
and I
face a
ended
little
up
bit.
taking the blame. That ended
Look
all
up Keith
talk
David.
of me joining the Spectres.
Saren caused the explosion. How'd he pin it on you?
I mean, it doesn't look exactly like him, but it's
Saren
certainly
accused me of blowing
some
his
similarities to
wing.
the actual actor.
He said it was my fault the guards were ready for us. He claimed that's why it turned into a massacre. Saren's report was all the proof the Council needed to kill my chances of becoming a Spectre.
Don't blame yourself, Captain.
I don't. I blame Saren. I think he wanted things to go bad. He was looking for an excuse to blow that refinery. Maybe he just likes the violence. Maybe he was just trying to make me look bad to keep humans out of the Spectres. If so, he pulled it off.
Why'd you let him get away with it?
Who do you think the Council was going to listen to? Me? Or their best agent? I had a bad feeling about him right from the start. I should have been more careful. Maybe I could have stopped things before they got out of hand.
The only thing I care about is stopping Saren.
You're right, Commander. It's no good living in the past.
What do you know about the Artemis Tau cluster?
Not much. I've never been there myself. A handful of systems with a few small, uncharted worlds, but no real colonies. Might not be easy finding Dr. Tassoni out there. My advice is to look for the world with the Prothean ruins.
Any extra intel you can give me on our colony at Pharos?
The entire planet used to be one giant Prothean city. Mostly ruins now. But some of the infrastructure is still intact. The colony tried to build on what the Protheans left behind.
It would have been in ecology.
We lost all contact
Planetary
with them
city.
when the Geth attack.
What can you tell me about Novaria?
Novaria's trouble. Always has been. The whole planet's basically a center for corporations to conduct illegal research. Watch your back there, Shepard. Spectres are about the only form of Citadel authority Novaria respects. But they aren't popular.
I mean, it's better than the old lighting where it was like... Some people like, because in the old lighting, he was like half in shadow. Which kind of seems odd for a well-lit dock.
I should go.
I'll be here if you need anything.
I suppose part of the thing is they have the tech. I think part of the techniques they did is the original textures were upscaled using like AI tech instead of making them from scratch again, because that would take forever. Normandy. Oh yeah.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
We're being decontaminated.
Captain Anderson survives 100 battles and then gets taken down by backroom politics. Just watch your back, Commander. Things go bad on this mission, you're next on their chopping block.
Captain Anderson should be the one in charge. It's like I'm stealing the ship from him.
Yeah, the captain got screwed, but it's not like you could have stopped it. Nobody's blaming you. Everyone on this ship's behind you, Commander. 100%. Intercom's open. If you got anything you want to say to the crew, now's the time.
Let's be honest with him.
This is Commander Shepard speaking. We have our orders. Find Saren before he finds the conduit. I won't lie to you, crew. This mission isn't going to be easy. This began with an attack on a human settlement in the Traverse. But we know Saren won't stop there. His Geth armies aren't going to stay on the far fringes of Citadel space. For too long, our species has stood apart from the others. Now it's time for us to step up and do our part for the rest of the galaxy. Time to show them what humans are made of. Our enemy knows we're coming. When we go into the Traverse, Saren's followers will be waiting for us. But we'll be ready for them, too. Humanity needs to do this. Not just for our own sake, but for the sake of every other species in Citadel space. Saren must be stopped. And I promise you all, we will stop him.
Well said, Commander. Captain will be proud.
The captain gave up everything so I could have this chance. We can't fail.
Yes, sir.
That's why Shepard's a badass. Joker!
Something you need?
How's the Normandy performing? Is she everything they said she'd be?
She's the best ship in the fleet. If you've got a pilot who knows how
I mean,
to
this is just leaving the Citadel the first time.
what you'd expect.
I've completed this game, the original version, multiple times.
We got stuffed in the back, and her power can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm not even great. I am the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet. Top of my class in flight school, I earned that. All those commendations in my file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
I'm sorry, Joker. I didn't even know you were sick.
You mean you didn't know? Oh, crap.
Oopsie.
I've got Vroid syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly. They're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter. Even with crutches and my leg braces, it's hard to get around.
Hey, before you leave the
One
Citadel,
wrong
you get
step
all the
and
companions
crack.
except
Very
Liara.
dramatic, but I've learned to manage my condition, Commander. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance unless, you like the sound of snapping shin bone.
I need to know more about this Vroid syndrome if I'm putting my ship in your hands.
Yeah, of course you do. It's an extremely rare condition. Nobody knows exactly
You
what
love
causes
Joker.
it. Genetic, maybe. It's treatable, but there's no cure. I classify my case as moderate to severe. I was born with over a dozen fractures, hip, thighs, ankles. My bones were already breaking in the womb. 100 years ago, I wouldn't have survived past my first year. Lucky for me, modern medical science has turned me into a productive member of society.
You're not gonna break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you?
I don't fly with my feet, Commander, so I'm fine as long as I'm in this chair. I gotta be real careful when I get up to take a piss, though. I can do my job as well as anyone on the ship. Better, actually. So don't worry about
Seth Green. He plays his character so well.
I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. Let's talk about something else.
Whatever you want, Commander.
Why does everyone call you Joker?
It's a lot shorter than saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant Jeff Moreau. Plus, I love to make little children laugh.
I was just thinking how much you remind me of Santa Claus.
Look, I didn't pick the name. One of the instructors in flight school used to bug me about never smiling. She started calling me Joker, and it stuck.
Why didn't you ever smile?
Hey, I worked my ass off in flight school, Commander. The world's not gonna hand you anything if you go around grinning like an idiot. By the end of the year, I was the best pilot in the academy. Even better than the instructors, and everybody knew it. They'd all got their asses kicked by the sickly kid with the creaky little legs. One guess who was smiling at graduation?
How'd you end up joining the Alliance?
Look, if you're looking for an inspirational tale of the crippled kid overcoming impossible odds, you're gonna be disappointed. My mother was a civilian contractor working for the Alliance. I basically grew up on the Arcturus station back when they were building up the fleets. Spend all that time around Alliance ships, there's a good chance you'll end up going to the Academy.
I have to go.
Alright, see ya.
Presley.
If anyone has to take over for Captain Anderson, I'm glad it's you. I'm not sure about having non-humans on our ship, though.
My decisions?
I'm in charge here, Presley. I decide if we have non-humans on this vessel.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Put you in your place.
How did you end up assigned to the Normandy?
I signed up with the Alliance as a navigator right out of school, following in my grandfather's footsteps, I guess. My first posting was on the Agincourt. We were one of the first reinforcements to arrive at Elysium after the Blitz hit. And those raiders were no match for an Alliance frigate. Of course, the only reason the colony was still standing was because of you, Commander. I can't believe you held out as long as you did.
Damn right I did.
How'd you end up on the Normandy?
I got my officer's commission after Elysium. Must have made an impression on the right people. Captain asked for me when he was picking his crew.
Speak freely, Presley. I want to know if you have a problem with non-humans.
It's not that, Commander. Humanity has always handled its own problems. Saren attacked one of our colonies. We should be the ones to stop him. We don't need their help.
Some people think asking for help is a sign of weakness. That's just being stupid and stubborn. No matter how strong you are, allies can make you stronger.
I guess so. Maybe I'm just stuck in the old ways of thinking. But don't worry, Commander. This won't be a problem.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, sir.
Go talk to the crew, shall we? Dr. Jaguars?
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record. Over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
Oh, she spoke to me already, but let's
go.
Goodbye.
Moving on. Gator. What's up?
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I don't see how we could have done things any better. At least not without getting to Eden Prime sooner. And we were on the scene faster than any other Alliance ship could have been.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Reaper. Salmon sleeper pod. My new quarters. Let's head down to the lower level. That's where most of the crew is, surprisingly. Ow. Yeah, go to Rex.
Nice ship you've got, Shepard. What can I do for you?
Personal inquiry.
What's your story, Rex?
There's no story.
Everyone's got a story.
Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
Just a short one.
You Krogan lived for centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire race. That was fun.
I heard about that. You know, they almost did the same to us.
It's not the same.
It seems pretty much the same to me.
So your people were infected with a genetic mutation? An infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children survive birth? And
well, when you put it like that.
Destroying your entire species?
I suppose it isn't all the same.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
I was just making conversation. I wasn't trying to upset you.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure not
They're dying
getting
slowly.
any stronger. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
Oh.
Lots of species have left their homes and prospered.
But they go to colonize new worlds. We're not settlers. We're warriors. We want to fight. So we leave. ourselves out. And most of us never go back.
Well, that sucks.
What can you tell me about the genophage?
Ask the Solarians if you want details. They made it. All I know, it makes breeding nearly impossible. Thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected. Every one. And no one's rushing to find a cure.
Why not?
Why did the Krogan try to find a cure?
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist? You ask a Krogan, would he rather find a cure for the genophage or fight for credits? He'll choose fighting every time. It's just who we are, Shepard. I can't change that.
We're like Klingons.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Ashley?
Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Kinda wish you'd got there sooner, Commander. No offense, I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
You wish we'd been able to save the rest of your unit?
Yes, sir. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
We never trained to fight synthetics. The Geth haven't gone beyond the Veil in 3 centuries.
Our training is supposed to make us able to adapt. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Do you have a few minutes to talk one-on-one?
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get my duty squared away. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
Dismissed, Chief.
Dismissed, Chief.
Sir.
Garrus Vicarian.
Thanks for bringing me on board, Commander. I knew working with the Spectre would be better than life at CSAC.
Oh?
Have you worked with a Spectre before?
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
Being a Spectre does have its advantages.
Exactly my point. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it. But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that. It didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. CSEC's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
I hope you made the right choice. I'd hate for you to regret it later.
Well, that's sort of why I teamed up with you. It's a chance for me to get off the Citadel, see how things are done outside CSEC.
Just for the record, Garrus, I ain't paying you.
And without CSEC headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
Or am I? I don't know.
As long as you do your job well, you're free to go about your business as you see fit.
Thank you, Commander.
Engineer Adams?
Hey, Commander, you know that Quarian Tally? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
I figured she'd be a real asset to the team.
You got an eye for Tally, Commander, but I'm guessing that's not why you came down here.
Where else have you served, Adams?
If you name a class of Alliance ship, I've probably served on it. Everything from dreadnoughts and carriers right down to frigates like the Normandy. My last assignment was on the Tokyo, only a cruiser, but she was a good ship. Couldn't hold a candle to the Normandy, though.
I want to know more about the Normandy.
She's the best ship I've ever served on, probably the fastest vessel ever designed. And she's the only one using the new Tantalus drive core.
What makes our core
What's
so special?
about the Tantalus drive core?
Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, we can run at FTL speeds longer before we have to discharge the core.
You would definitely hit that part of the game where like everyone's just like slowing down a bit for story. Like to talk to everyone like blah 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 blah.
IES stealth systems. How does it work exactly?
You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation. Too easy for sensors to pick them up, unless you find a way to capture those emissions. So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself. No
missions to give away our location. Eventually, the sinks have to be vented. More than a few hours silent running, and they overheat. Cook us inside our own hull.
There's no way for anyone to detect us?
A visual scan can still pick us up. Anyone looking out a window can see us plain as day. But you have to be pretty close to get an actual visual out in space. Most vessels rely on scanners. As long as the stealth systems are engaged, they can't see us. Not unless we accelerate to FTL speeds.
Why doesn't it work with faster-than-light travel?
Cranking up to FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we've got the only one.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
The Normandy's a prototype. Cutting-edge technology.
A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now, I'm sitting on board one of the most advanced vessels in Citadel space. I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me.
Oh, you like ships.
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
I can't believe your fleet's still using ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work. Mostly.
Mostly.
We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla. Grow our own food, mine, and process our own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
Tell me more.
I want to know more about the pilgrimage.
When my people reach maturity, we leave our birth ships and seek acceptance with a new crew. It's necessary to maintain genetic diversity among the fleet. But no ship wants to accept someone who will be a burden on them. So, to prove our worth, we embark on a pilgrimage. We set out alone, leaving the flotilla and our families behind us. We only return once we have found something of value we can bring back to the fleet. This is presented as a gift to the captain of the respective ship we wish to join. If the gift is accepted, we are welcomed into the crew.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often. Most captains are eager to increase the size of their crew. It increases their own standing in our society.
Oh.
Even when the gift is not particularly valuable, the captain usually accepts it out of a sense of tradition. However, there is a stigma to presenting a substandard gift. It's not the best way to make a good impression on a new community. Most pilgrims don't return until they find something worthwhile.
I can't believe they just send you off alone.
It's not like they just cast us out. Before we leave, we are given lessons in how to survive outside the flotilla, and given gifts to help us on our journey. We also receive implants to fight off sickness and disease. Generations of living in an isolated and highly controlled environment have left our immune systems weaker than most. By the time we leave the fleet, we are well equipped for the pilgrimage. This is a rite of passage for all Quarians. If it were dangerous, our numbers would suffer. Virtually every pilgrimage ends with a triumphant return and the ritual presentation of the gift to one of the fleet's captains.
I want to talk about something else.
Quarians are so fascinating.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce, and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies
Which-
on the others for survival.
17 million coins on
The
the
bonds
flotilla.
among my people are strong.
Like, the population is like 3 times that of Scotland.
Civil liberties other species take for granted.
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population grows too much, it would strain our resources to their breaking point. Of course, we also
But
can't
if
allow
they
our
only
numbers to
have
become
one
too
child,
few. If our
then
population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed. In extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births. Though the Conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century.
because look at it. If you have, okay, 2
That's
Quarians
our government.
get together, they have a
The
child.
Conclave is our civilian
They're still
branch of
debating the
government.
population
Each ship can elect a
in half.
representative to serve on the
With every
Conclave
generation,
and make decisions that affect the fleet as a whole.
it wouldn't make
On
sense to have
matters
just
that
one
affect an
child.
individual ship,
That's how you make the
however,
population to
the
go down.
captain has the final say.
I mean,
It's a
2
tradition
kids,
that
that would
dates
stay
back to the
equal.
early days, when the fleet was governed
I suppose
by martial law.
by the time the
Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart
you have
enough
multiple
to have an
generations, it would
elected
technically build
council
up.
from
So
their
yeah,
crew to give them advice
math
and guidance.
and stuff, it's difficult.
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials.
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives. But in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The 5 top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the Conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once.
Tally's face is a lot more, I feel, visible than it was in the original game.
It's a safeguard that
Like you
served us
can
well.
make you can make it out a little
For
more,
3 centuries, the Admiralty Board
which is a
has
higher
only
resolution.
overruled the Conclave 4 times.
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins, what they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
Tell me,
Interesting.
what do you know?
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
How come the council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought.
So they thought.
Underestimated was the
But
power
isn't
of
the
the
AI
neural network.
illegal because of the
Million
Geth?
thinking
Technically?
simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
So the Geth share brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are.
Like a hive
So
mind?
there's some sort of group consciousness.
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious.
Right.
But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably oversimplifying. The Geth are incredibly advanced and complex creations. All you need to know is that they get smarter when they gather in large numbers. As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its
Am I
existence.
alive?
Am I alive? Why am I
When your
here?
toaster starts asking you the question, am I alive?
As you can imagine,
That's where you
this
shit your
caused a
pants.
near panic among my people.
I don't see what's so bad about those questions.
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long.
True.
The Geth were
True that.
showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves.
I mean,
It was inevitable
that's what
that
robots are
many
for.
sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently.
You can't blame them for fighting for their survival.
We had no other choice. The Geth were already on the verge of revolution. By acting quickly, we had a chance to end the war before it began. The hope was that most of the Geth would
that
still be
went
little more
wrong.
than machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the Veil. Now we drift through space, exile, searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
Well, that sucks.
See you later.
Let's see. Equipment. Squad. I leveled up, apparently. I didn't realize. The C is put point into electronics to get dampening. So unlocks my sniper rifle stuffs. There we go. Some equipment we found. Here, Onyx.
Looking for supplies?
Yes. What do you have?
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Show me what you got. I can't wear heavy armor because I'm only infiltrator. They're all different out. Back to the bridge. Now we need to go fly away. Oh no, we go to the console over here. I remember. You can tell it's been a while. Codec. Those entries. Clear that. Save. Let's have a look at the map, shall we? Oh, the old school map. Got Novaria, Asteroid X. Axis Cluster, Watershed Nebula, LagrangeSix, Barros. Lots of places to go to. But where will we go first? That is the question. Perhaps we should have a poll to see where we go first. Not sure what Asteroid X57 is. I want to check my journal. Other assignments. Crime lords, hostages. Well, let's think of it. So, main story. So, we'll go either for Pharos, Liara, or Noveria. Now, normally I'd go Liara first, but this is all about letting you choose. So, we should probably set up a little poll, shall we? Let's see, manage poll. New poll. Ross. So, where do you think we should go first? Should we go to Noveria, where apparently there's been sighting of Geth? Pharos, where the colony apparently might be under attack, or get Dr. Liara Tassoni, because, well, she'll be quite handy, and is also the daughter of Matriarch Benezia, so she might know some stuff. Who knows? Well, I know, because I played the game multiple times. But where should we go first? Got one for Liara to excite. Usually where I go first because you have every companion. Pharos is a old city where, well, used to be a Prothean city. Now it's all ruins, a little colony on it. Very icy cold planet. It also is a lot of corporate stuff there. A few more seconds on that poll. Let you all vote on it. Okay, LagrangeSix it is. But I'm gonna go quickly grab some water because I've run out. Yeah, I'm back. Right. Artemis Tau Cluster. Here we go. Time to leave the Citadel. Wee. Oh, my voice don't go, I think. So, have to figure out where Liara is. A protein data disk, nice.
Commander, I'm picking up a signal from the planet's surface. It looks like an automated distress beacon.
Carbon dioxide surface covered with wide desert. Don't think this is Liara, but let's go find out. Let's bring Caden and Rex. It should be a fun combo. First time with the Mako. On a random planet. Land in an uncharted world. There's map. Okay, so we got something there. Distress signal. Debris there. Anomaly there. Aw, yeah, Mako. Nope, that's jump. And that. Oh, no. That's a Thrasher. Oh, the gun overheated. Crap. Not good. Oh yeah, that is a boost. Hell yeah. Come on, let's fight. Damn it, we hit the gun again. Almost got it. Good, you're dead. Ooh, okay. That wasn't so bad. Hey, zombie. I'm enjoying the remake a lot. It's a good remaster.
These are Admiral Kahoku's men. We need to tell him what happened here.
It's like visually and audio all vastly improved. Well, improved. like the texture resolution, everything is like, it looks great. The HUD did change as well. It's interesting. They've also made the Mako a little bit less janky. Though there is an option to turn on legacy Mako controls. So you can have it as bouncy as it used to be back in the day. It also has a turbo boost, like the Nomad in Andromeda. Of course, you can still fly off a cliff pretty easily. Do love the Mako. A lot of fun. What we find? ID tag. Found Captain Melon's identification tag. End up here. Impossible for Nova, sure. Right, map. And then there's debris over here. Go check it out. Debris, I think, is right up here. Yep, here we go. A crashed probe. Oh. Wait. Electronics is too low, apparently. My electronics is at level 4. Cadence is at level 1. Oh, it's decryption I'm putting up. Let's see, Krogan Battlemaster. Nope, can't salvage from that probe. That's unfortunate. Right, let's try and find Dr. Liara Tassoni. Pretty sure she's in the Athens system. If I remember correctly. Maybe misremembering. Ooh, gas deposit. I'm indeed misremembering then, huh? Macedon? Dense atmosphere, ammonia, and oxygen. Temperatures are mainly comprised of alumina with deposits of sulfur, column buoys, system, Well, another system that isn't where we're actually trying to go. Touchdown! Oh, I know where I am now. Yeah, I figured it was. I couldn't remember off the top of my head which one it was, but I've been to all three systems now, so the fourth one's easy. Whoop. There's some debris over here. Let's go check it out. Electronics still low. Goddamn. There's an anomaly over there. Go check it out. The random planets definitely look a lot nicer than they used to. What is this anomaly? I'm glad they added that boost in because makes things a lot nicer. An artifact. Matriarch's writing. Ooh. Stronghold there. Probably one of these pirate guys. Everyone has a need for speed. Whoops. I feel the need. The need? What speed? Thorium. There we go, mineral surveyed. Let's go find the stronghold. Sniper tower. Ow. Still a little awkward to control, but oh well. Level up. I got more electronics, so let's get electronics. You know what? Decryption as well. We'll put 1 point into dampening. Has barely anything, but sniper rifles as well. Caden, advanced first aid for you. Pervy's throw as well. Rex, get Rexed. Actually, equipment I have. Caden. Rex loves his good old shotgun. Knock, knock. No more head for you. Whap. Yep. Whap right in his head. Oh, that was right in the head. Okay, what's for this door? Ooh, Hydra armor. El Hydra. Thought I could wear medium as a. Apparently not. Or is that an upgrade? Oh yeah, technical armor. Medium armor is that one. Ah, got you. That makes sense. The burning animation is a bit janky still, but can't change all that without building the game from scratch again. Oh, decryption skill too low. Damn. All decryption's too low. This is an average object, right? But it was hardened, that's why. Okay. Every message has a janky raw animation. I think there's some games it depends on the person who ran, because like when I've been playing Jedi Fallen Order as well, his run is very comical. Like when you're sprinting without your lightsaber out, it's somewhat comical to look at. I'm gonna quickly go back to this because my electronic skill might be high enough now for it. I don't know. Ooh, I actually damaged Mako doing that. Oops. A1PT, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right, Mako, let's go. Let's go find Dr. Lariara Tazzoni, which we now should know where we're going. Get that wee survey. Here we go. Oh, not that one. Not that one either. That's a gas giant. Yeah, that one. So I'm gonna quickly scan the other place first. Nope, I need to scan it. That's okay. I mean, it should be active. I'm not actually sure.
off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
Oh, this place looks so nice with new textures. The lava actually looks like lava. And not soup. Look at that view. That's a photo mode. We should do it while I'm moving, that would help. Yeah, photo mode. Oh yeah, lens flare. Hey, Jess. Like J.J. Abrams, sort of. Oh, that filter there with the orange makes it look really hot. Ooh, old school. How does one take the picture? Okay, that way as well. I suppose because I'm using the Xbox, it'd be different if I was using it on PC. I think that's a Geth ship. No more Geth. Poor toasters.
Only a fool punches a map out of his mouth. We should sneak around and pull its tail.
Roger, Roger, Rex. Oops. Surprise! Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Anything in here? Yep, upgrade kit. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a control somewhere. Oh, crap. That's weird. I'm stuck on the ramp. Die, Geth. Right. Y, B, X, A. Okie doke. That's the gate control, which kind of don't want on. It doesn't go down at local DLC. I mean, EA wouldn't be past them. Like, oh, you want to finish the level? That's DLC. Whoops, maybe I shouldn't have lowered that gate. Can't touch me. Ow. Mistimed it. Level up. Moving out. Squad. Sniper rifle. Let's see. Tactical armor. And maybe a little bit of dampening. Upgrade his throw, make him really good at that. And maybe some medicine. Krogan Battlemaster. Ooh, loots. Well, that goes nowhere.
I'm a little busy here.
So must be a gas in this room with a button. More stuff. Needs on the tool. Yeah. Let's rock and roll. I'll buy a toaster. More gas. Whoopsie. Oh, turning. Smash it. Got him. Excuse me, going through. Oopsie. Yeah, dragged him with me there. That's the that's the guy, the bagel maker. Got you. Alright, we killed the toaster, we killed the bagel maker, we've got the toasty maker as well. Maybe the smoothie maker as well. Sure, one of them was a smoothie maker. Boom.
Securing point.
We've been jammed. Well, I know what's about to happen here. Punch in the face. One more dead get. Ooh, shock trooper. There we go. Got him. This place looks so nice compared to what it used to. Creepy gas. Hello there. Mecha beastie. Wish I had my tank. Ow. Oh shit, both my allies are down? Ooh, that's not good. The only one alive right now, that's not great. Probably should have improved their armor. Caden, stop being lazy and lying over there. Good. Right, cover. Die, 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 die. Level up. Nice juicy headshot. Well, also juicy because they're metal, but you know what I mean. Okay. We survived.
Not now, Commander.
I remember that fight being a nightmare before, and turns out it's not changed that much. Other than the fact I knew it was coming. Down we go. My chair keeps sliding backwards. There we go. Oh dear. Nice. Let's try not to fall, shall we? Okay, that shield's off there. Or shield's on, I should say. Alright, I need to go look at my armor, see what's available for those guys, because they kind of got squished pretty easily. Oh shit.
Sterile white. Protheans sure build things homey.
Oops. Oh, I leveled up. I forgot about that. Technical armor. Medium armor. There we go. This can improve his left. Maybe his stasis as well. Unlocking barrier, get some stasis, and then probably the Battlemaster. I'll do it. Equipment. I now have access to medium armor. Perfect. Caden. Scorpion armor is better across the board. Onyx, same here. Yeah, should we put Caden in pink? Why not? How does that compare to the Scorpion armor? Well, it's less general protection. No, give him Scorpion. Also, armor upgrades would be a very good idea. Rex, don't have anything for you, I don't think. Well, I actually have this for Rex if I needed. But, nah, it gives him better overall protection. That's a good sign.
Hello? Could somebody help me? Please?
Hello. Dr. Tassoni.
Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
Liara Tassoni, I presume.
Thank the goddess. I did not think anyone would come looking for me. Listen, this thing I'm in is a Prothean security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, all right?
How'd you end up in there?
I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil! I activated the tower's defenses. I knew the barrier curtains would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was
You don't
trapped
say.
in here. You must get me out, please.
Any suggestions on how we can help?
There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part.
The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here. Be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
Krogan.
Let's get moving.
I have my own Krogan. Sniper rifle, idiot. Okay. That taken care of. Avengers. Oh, nailed it. Just fire in my laser. It's a nice wee lift. And up we go. Dr. Tassoni.
Oh, how did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
We blasted through with the mining laser.
Of course. Yes, that makes sense. Please, get me out of here before more Geth arrive. That button over there should shut down this containment field.
Not so fast, Shepard. You sure she's on our side? Her mother's working with Saren.
I am not my mother. I don't know why Benezia joined Saren. I don't want anything to do with that Turian bastard.
If she was with Saren, the Geth wouldn't be trying to kill her.
True that. Oof.
Any idea how we get out of this place?
There is an elevator back in the center of the tower. At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on!
I thought you were the Krogan expert.
I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Saren's looking for the conduit. You're a Prothean expert. He probably wants you to help him find it.
The conduit, but I don't know.
What the hell was that?
These ruins are not stable. That
You don't say.
must have triggered a seismic event. We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister.
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
8 minutes? That's a long time.
Not much margin for error.
If I die in here, I'll kill him.
Rex, we'll just come back to haunt him. Another Krogan War Master. Friend of yours?
Surrender. Or don't. That would be more fun.
In case you didn't notice, this place is falling apart.
Exhilarating, isn't it? Thanks for getting rid of those energy fields for us. Hand the doctor over.
Whatever it is you want, you are not getting it from me.
She'll stay with us, thanks.
Not an option. Saren wants her, and he always gets what he wants. Kill her.
Does he want this bullet in my gun?
If you can.
He's about to get it.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, nice. You did him over us. Nailed it. Actually, ruh-roh. We made it.
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur. The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
We almost died out there, and your pilot is making jokes?
It needs attention.
It's a coping mechanism. You'll get used to it.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander. But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
50 years?
How old are you exactly?
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn! I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century
Only
may seem
106.
like a long time to a short-lived species like yours. But among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
Did your research turn up anything interesting?
What is interesting is what I did not turn up. There is remarkably little archaeological evidence of the Protheans, and even less that might explain why they disappeared. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues.
Well.
But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
I know what happened.
They were wiped out by a race of sentient machines. The Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
Emphasis on the burned. It hurts stung like a motherfucker.
Yes, that makes sense. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear. I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
Okay, this isn't helping us find Saren or the conduit.
Of course, you're right. I am sorry, my scientific curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit, or Saren.
I don't know why Saren wanted you out of the picture, but I think we'll be a lot better off if we bring you along.
Thank you, Commander. Saren might come after me again. I cannot think of anywhere safer than here on your ship. And my knowledge of the Protheans might be useful later on.
And her bionics will come in handy when the fighting starts.
Great, another alien.
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate or slept? Dr. Chakwa should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Protheans' true fate. I need some time to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
Go see the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Sure, why not?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. Tassoni is on the Normandy.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Liara's on our side. The Geth were trying to kill her.
Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Or maybe we don't know her. We never expected she could become a traitor.
At least the mission was a success.
Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin. Was that really necessary, Shepard?
The Geth were crawling all over those ruins. We were lucky to make it out alive.
Of course, Commander.
And the destruction was an accident, to be fair.
Good luck, Commander. Remember, we are all counting on you.
Presley.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is it? Yeah, coming up to quarter 8. Okay.
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Dr. Tassoni.
Hmm.
Seems like a sweet girl. Easy on the eyes.
Okay,
I
then.
mean, if you like the bookish sort.
Oh, I do.
Any intentions there, Lieutenant?
No, Commander. Just art appreciation.
Art appreciation.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
Is this an official evaluation, Commander? Or off the record?
All right. Let's label it officially off the record. Got something on your mind?
Straight up, there's something wrong with all of this. This
You don't
Saturn
say.
is looking for records on some kind of galactic extinction, but we can't get backup from the Council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
The Council doesn't want to believe anything's wrong. I'd call it human nature, but...
I hear you. It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the Council should see this coming. Sorry if I got too informal. Protocol wasn't a big focus back in Bot.
Tell me about it.
Biotic acclimation and temperance didn't last past the airlock. To the kids they hauled in, it was brain camp. Sorry, hauled in is unkind. We were encouraged to commit to an evaluation of our abilities so an understanding of biotics could be compiled.
Mm-hmm.
There are worse results of accidental exposure to element 0 in the womb. Beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with.
Is there some question about how you were exposed?
My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was before there were human biotics, a little after the discovery of the Martian ruins. It only gets iffy around 63 when Kinetics was running out of first-gen subjects. Until then, they'd relied on accidentals. A bunch of guys in suits show up at your door after school, and next thing you know, you're out on Jump Zero.
Jump Zero is Gagarin Station, right? What's it like?
Yeah, that's the official name. Biggest and farthest facility we had for decades.
You're not happy?
Shock, the outer edge of the solar system. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's true. We did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research platform then, and Kinetics kept Jump Zero off the extranet to prevent leaks.
Then you must have had plenty of time to get to know each other.
Yeah, we'd sit around and bull every night after dinner, play cards or network games. There was this girl named Rana, who had a little circle grow up around her. She was from
do
Turkey.
tell.
Her family was very rich, but she was smart and charming as hell. Beautiful, but not stuck up about it. I think you'd have liked her.
Sounds like she was special to you.
She was. Maybe she felt the same, but things never felt together. Training, you know.
You know of any intentional exposures for certain?
No one knows. Doesn't mean they didn't happen. As big as the exposures were, it was hard to track down accidentals. It was different then. No one knew the potential, so there wasn't a lot of regulation. Anything Kinetics did was gold. I'm not saying they intentionally detonated drives over our outposts, but in retrospect, they were damn quick on the scene.
Jump Zero is a long way from home. What was it like?
The grand gateway to humanity looks a lot better in the vids. But that's my own baggage, Commander. No bearing on this.
It's a big galaxy, Lieutenant. Who knows what will come in handy?
If you say so, sir. Besides, I've got my past squared away.
Caden, good guy. Dr. Chagwas.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Dr. Tassoni.
Commander, are you coming to check up on me?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
She's the
You're
best.
in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from the Geth, Commander. If you hadn't shown up,
Don't imagine it.
I'm just glad we got there in time.
So am I. I know you took a chance bringing me aboard this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me. But I am not like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise.
Don't worry, Liara. I trust you. I know you won't let me down.
It means a lot to hear you say that, Commander. Thank you.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
I don't understand.
Now to interrogate.
She was always outspoken about the need for the Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events. Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run. At least I hope so.
This hurts you, doesn't it?
None of this makes any sense to me. I have not spoken to Benezia in many years, but I know her, and this was not like her. Something changed.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were
The
instrumental
Asari.
in
They're a cool
forming the
species.
Council,
They're blue,
and we
all
always
female.
strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people
Lived for
believe
1,000
we are
years.
all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Oh.
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
That's disgusting. No.
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds.
Basically, they reproduce via mind meld.
We share the most
Imagine if
basic
Spock
elements
and the
of their
Vulcans could
individual and racial
reproduce via
identities.
mind melds.
We then pass these traits onto our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
Benezia never told you her partner's name?
Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood. Though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face, it is a great insult among my people. It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
Maybe she wanted to meet you but couldn't. Something could have happened to her. Maybe she passed away.
You might be right. I hope you are. But I have no way to know.
I think of it. I don't recall at any
Benezia
point
never spoke
throughout
of
the
her
whole
partner.
trilogy does
Whatever
you find out about that.
caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She
Not that I
raised
can
me
remember.
by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
You Asari lived for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them. And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
Fascinating.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander. I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
You must enjoy something about it.
I love my work. Seeking out history's lost secrets has a special appeal for me. You were actually touched by working Prothean technology. That is why I find you so fascinating, Commander.
I'm fascinating.
Like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No, I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
Calm down, Liara. I was only joking.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool. Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
She's an introvert. I can relate.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Goodbye. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Yeah, I'm gonna go retire in my quarters, and then that, I think we shall wrap it up here for this evening. Because that's, yeah, 7-hour stream. That's the longest one I've done for... Yeah, it's the longest one I've ever done. The longest I've done beforehand was 6. Ugh. Well. Ugh, dear me. 7 hours in, and we're really not that far in. The thing with RPGs, you could, like, you can just get lost in them and time just goes away. Whereas, like, by contrast, I could complete the entirety of a Halo game in 7 hours. But this has been great fun. And thank you all for stopping by. I hope you all thoroughly enjoyed it, as much as I have. I'll, of course, be streaming again on Monday. And what I say, next week should be Monday, Thursday, Saturday. Don't Tuesday because I'm busy. Yeah, in future, well, next week should be okay-ish. But after that, schedule's going to be a bit all over the place as I become more busy, unfortunately. But as always, if you don't already, there's always Twitter. I misspelled Twitter, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Twitter. And the Discord. Either way, you know when I'm going live. And you can... and stuff. I've lost my train of thought there. Of course, be back on Monday, 1 p.m. BST. Same time as always. And as for right now, what we should do is probably go on a little raid. Give people some channel points to use for decisions later, and there hasn't really been much opportunity for, like, decisions so far. Mute audio for a second. Let's see, who's live? Let's see. Who to raid? Who to raid? Let's see, let's go Bun. Let's see, who to raid, let's go raid. What's Bun watching actually? Or maybe Alien. Tiger's Bun or Alien Lotus? Who to raid? Let's see. Lotus is playing Amori. Bun's doing some just chatting. Whom to raid? Are you hinting Bun there, Jess? Go raid Bun? Alright. Raid Bun. Alright, let's go raid Bun. And I'll see you all on Monday for some more Mass Effect. Till then, hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.